You're all set, sir.
Welcome, everybody, to the Board of Mayor and Alderman meeting for the city of Hendersonville, Tennessee on February 9th, 2021. We are meeting in a hybrid format. We have several people that are meeting via Zoom, and we have 5 people here in the main meeting room at City Hall. We're going to begin our meeting as we typically do. That's with a prayer and pledge. So please join me in standing, and I'll lead us in prayer. Let's bow our heads. Dear Lord, thank you for bringing us together, and thank you for this opportunity to serve you, an opportunity to serve our fellow humans here. Thank you for so many of the gifts, talents, and abilities you've given us. Help us to use those to do your work here and as we go away from here. Thank you so much for the people who protect us, the people who protect us here and far away. And thank you so much for this wonderful city, this wonderful state, this wonderful country, and this wonderful earth that you have provided for us. We need special attention for a couple of folks in our community, Lord. Tim Jones, Dewey Robertson, Keith Dixon, Bob Swank, Margie Carter, and so many other people that are hurting right now. Help us to remember them. Help us to reach out to them. Help us to find some way to serve them. And thank you so much again for so many of the gifts, talents, and abilities that you have provided for us. And help us to do your work tonight. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. Please join me for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Thank you all. I'm going to remind you all that this is only the second time we have met in this room in, gosh, 9-10 months. And it's also only the second time that we've had a hybrid meeting. We are all going to make mistakes, so let's be patient with each other. And let's be understanding, and let's reach out to folks or when those errors and those miscalculations happen. So appreciate everybody's patience. I'm going to ask Annette to call the roll.
Okay. Brown.
I am here, but you need to know that I cannot wave at you other than this way.
Okay.
Thank you.
Campbell.
Here.
Collins.
Here.
Cunningham.
Here.
Dixon.
Here.
Edwards.
Here.
Hayes.
Here.
Peterson.
Here.
Petrelli.
Here.
Robertson.
Here.
Skidmore.
Here.
Waters.
Here.
And Clary.
Here.
All 13 present.
Thank you, Annette. I'm going to entertain a motion to accept the agenda, and it's with the understanding that we have 2 items that are waiving our 2-week rule. So we're not going to make a separate motion to accept those. Just I want everybody to acknowledge that when we accepted the agenda, we're accepting those 2 consent items. Also, I'm going to ask that we withdraw one of the items that I have sponsored with Alderman Skidmore, and that's item J, and that's resolution 2021-5. Alderman Skidmore, you're the other sponsor. Are you okay with us withdrawing that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Mayor. That's fine. Thank you.
I appreciate that. So I'm going to entertain a motion that we accept the agenda as it was presented, acknowledging that we have 2 items that, one item that's going to waive our 2-week rule, as well as that we have 2 items that will be consent items, and that Alderman Skidmore and I have withdrawn item J. I'm going to entertain that motion.
So moved. Second.
Motion from Alderman Waters, a second from Alderman Skidmore. Alderman Edwards.
Yeah, I have a motion to amend the agenda. I was just wanting to add 3 items to the consent agenda, and these appear to be pretty, hopefully they're not really contested items. Items E, G, and I.
Okay.
If anybody disagrees, I'll be more than happy to amend my motion.
I'm sorry, Mayor, my hand only lasts for 15 seconds. The only thing that I would ask about the consent agenda is that we just move that to the top, if you don't mind.
Okay, we could, Alderman Edwards, did you want to make that part of your motion?
Yes, move all items of the consent agenda to the top. And as much as I like hearing your voice, Mayor, I would ask that we waive reading of the caption. I think there's some pretty long captions in here.
I'll second it.
So we have a motion, a second, to add those 3 items to the consent agenda. I think traditionally, if somebody wants to ask that one item be taken off the consent agenda, we do that. I don't see anybody that seems to be concerned about items E, G, and I being placed on the consent agenda. Alderman Cunningham, you have your hand up. Is it about Alderman Edwards' motion?
No, Mayor, it's about my ordinance that I have on there.
Okay. I will do my best to come back to you after we dispense of this motion here.
Thank you.
Alderman Dixon, it looks like you're sort of waving. Okay, okay. So the motion is that the consent agenda be moved to the top of the items of ordinance and resolutions. And that includes items B, C, E, H, and I. Alderman Edwards, do I have that correct?
E, not H, it's G.
G, okay, okay. I also, Alderman Edwards, I apologize. Could you also include in your motion that Alderman Robertson is listed as a sponsor on item G?
Yeah, if you want me to include that as part of my motion.
Could you do that?
Please.
Okay. Who seconded that motion?
Me,
For the-
Hayes.
Okay, Alderman Hayes. So Alderman Hayes, are you okay with all those changes?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor.
I appreciate that. And dispense with the mayor reading the captions of those ordinance. I forgot that part. Any discussion on this motion? I'll explain it one more time. Okay, this motion is going to create a consent agenda from items B, C, E, G, and I. It's going to add Alderman Robertson on item G. It's going to move all the consent items to the very top of the section of ordinance and resolutions. And it's going to keep the mayor quiet when it comes to reading the captions. Any discussion on this? All those in favor of this motion, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Annette calls your name.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson, Skidmore,
Aye.
Waters,
Aye.
and Clary.
Aye.
That's 13 total.
It passes with unanimous vote. Alderman Cunningham.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to note on my ordinance, that one that I'm sponsoring, 2021-02, item D, I had additional sponsors for that ordinance. If my memory serves me correct, I had Alderman Petrelli, Alderman Hayes, Alderman Campbell, and Alderman Edwards had signed on to be sponsors some time ago on that.
Okay.
So I just wanted to notate that.
Okay. Is there a second to that?
I'll second it.
Okay. Alderman Cunningham, can you list those sponsors again, please?
Okay, yes, Mayor. It would be myself, Alderman, Vice Mayor Petrelli, Alderman Hayes, Alderman Campbell, and Alderman Edwards.
I also had signed on as a sponsor.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you did, and Alderman Brown. I
Thank
wasn't
you.
sure if you did or not, Alderman Brown. Thank you.
I think we should notice that nobody seemed to object to that.
No, I don't think they
Any
would.
discussion on this motion? All those in favor of adding those names as co-sponsors, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Annette calls your name.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson, Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson, Skidmore,
Aye.
Waters,
Aye.
Clary.
Aye.
It's a total of 13.
Passes unanimously. Thank you, Annette. Next, we have I'm sorry, we need to vote on the motion to accept the agenda as amended. Alderman Cunningham, do you have something else? Okay. All those in favor of accepting the agenda as amended, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Annette calls your name.
Brown,
Aye. Takes me a while to get there. I'm sorry.
that's okay. Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
Aye.
Waters,
Aye.
Clary.
Aye.
13 total.
Thank you. That passed unanimously. Thank you for your help there, Annette. Next, we have a public hearing to hear comments on a request by Cages Bend Development LLC to rezone property from estate residential to estate residential plan development and to approve a preliminary development plan called Bellsford Landing. We have, I believe, a couple people signed up for that. We're going to go first with Terry Mims. He's here. If you could, Tina, if you could have Chris Porch ready to go, we'd appreciate that. Terry, you're up.
Sure.
I'm standing in the right place here.
Yes, you are. I want to check real quick. Jason, are we good? Okay, Terry, go ahead. Thank you.
Let me take this mask off. Thank you for allowing me a few minutes to speak at this hearing tonight. Normally, when I get in front of people to speak, I have pretty scripted out agenda of what I want to talk about. But today, I come here without that. I'm just going to speak to you from the heart. How's that? There's been a lot of talk about this ERPD with Bellsford Landing. You have seen the petition. You have seen the people of the Lakes of Savannah and the people around that area sign that petition that we are in favor of a development. We are not in favor of ERPD. We've spoke about it. We've had meetings about it. There's been plenty of emails to aldermen about it. There's been plenty of social media comments made about it. I'm not going to rehash all of those because you know what they are. But I will say this. There's a couple of things I do want to bring back up. You know, when this thing, I've learned a whole lot about government through this. I've learned that the city ordinances that we have, I printed it off, that evidently it really doesn't matter a whole lot because you can bring up the rule of 38, Robert's Rule of Order, and it disregards what this document says. I've also learned that piece of property that I bought, Lakes of Savannah, which is tied to this declaration, it's worthless too. Just write it off. Seems like we want to make rules as we go. We don't want to stand by the rules that we have written. That breaks my heart. Somebody that's been a lifelong resident of Sumner County and been a resident of Hendersonville for about 1.5 years now. Heartbreaking. Yeah. We've heard the stories about how good ERPD is going to do for us. And we said that the Lakes of Savannah, we felt like we were bullied and strong-armed. Matter of fact, if you look at some of the film, some of the discussions, you see one of the developers throw their arms up and say, "You're going to regret this." Public record. We've seen it. I know it's true. We also knew that when it was voted down the first time, the developer presented the Lakes of Savannah board with this plan. Said, if we don't do ERPD, this is what we're going to do. And by the way, board members, don't you share it with the people of Lakes of Savannah. But thankfully, one of our aldermen showed it to us. And you know what? The people that live in the Lakes of Savannah with this new development, with this we'll just call it straight ER. Yeah, I'd vote for ERPD too when this plot shows that a road is going to be right on my property line. I'd get scared too. I'd feel intimidated too. So they said, oh yeah, I guess we're going to vote for ERPD because we sure don't want a road or a car coming off of a road running over my children in the backyard. I'd feel the same way. Y'all need to know that that has the attitude, that's the paradigm that's been presented here. You want to develop it? We say develop it in ER. You know, the thing that I'd like to say is people love this area. I travel the country. I tell people where I live and they go, oh, that's a great place. We'd love to live there. And the reason that people want to come here is because of what we have here. Building houses on top of one another over and over and over is changing what people love. Don't change it. Doesn't build, but stick to ER. The responsibility, the comment saying if we can't have ERPD, we can't make any money developing. That's not our problem, not your problem. That's the problem with the developer. as I've said before, profitability, I'm in a business too. Profitability of my business, I have a business unit. It's not relying upon anybody else to make a profit. I have to do that within my own management. We, for the majority of the people of Lakes of Savannah, we're against ERPD. You heard it. I'm shocked that we let the Rule of 38 override our document. I reviewed some of this with somebody that I really respect. That's a developer. Bounced it off of a lawyer. And come back and they said, hey, Terry, you know what you need to do? You really need to take all this stuff. You need to take all these video clips. You need to take all this documentation. You need to hire you a good lawyer. I asked that person, I said, who is that lawyer? Who do I need to hire? I need to hire somebody good. They said, what do you mean? I said, well, if I'm in trouble and I need a good criminal defense lawyer, I'm going to hire David Rabin in Nashville. He's one of the best. Okay. I said, who's the best? This is what they said. Terry, I'd hire Ron Purcell. I said, I don't know who he is. Come to find out, couldn't hire him even if I wanted to because he's already hired by the developers. It's interesting. I'm going to leave you with this. I could talk a lot more, but I'm not, because I know a lot of other people want to talk. I'm going to leave you with this. I'm going to ask that we do not govern by what I'm going to call the POP principle. The POP principle. That's profit or potential of profit. Potential of profit. All I've heard about profit, profit, profit. Potential of profit. It's going to bring so much in, Terry. It's going to bring so much revenue in. It's going to bring impact fees. It's going to bring tax base. Well, you know what? I'm going to tell you this. Anytime you generate revenue, there's a cost. Has anybody thought about how much cost it's going to be to the city to go ERPD? It's going to cost. Don't govern by POP. I'm going to also ask you, don't govern by planning over people or profit over people. Profit over our people. Profit over our people. Because that spells poop. And ERPD stinks. It stinks for the people of Cadiz Bend. Stinks for the people of Lakes of Savannah. And the last thing I'm going to say, one of my greatest mentors that I look up to, that helped me and led me through seminary, this is what he told me. He said, Terry, you always remember this. He said, people will remember what you say for 30 minutes, but people will remember how you love them for a lifetime. So I'm going to ask that the people that sit on this board, that say that you love this community, that you love the people, you love the people that pull and push the buttons at the voting booth. You love them people over profit, because if you love those people, the profit will take care of themselves. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for your service. If I can ever help you, after tonight, you might not ever want me to help you. But if you want me to help you, I'm a phone call away. And I live at 112 South Dames. And my name is Terry Mims. Y'all have a great evening.
Terry, thank you. Next, we have Corey Allen of North Dames Avenue. Corey, we see you there. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep, you're good to go.
Oh, thanks, guys. Good evening, everyone. I'm Corey Allen. I live at 104 North Dames Avenue. Me and Chris and my wife, we moved here about 3 to 4 months ago, and we did not know much about any of the development behind us. It was all news to our ears. So we voted against it because we did not know much about it. But after time to think over things, we were able to, can you guys hear me?
You're fine. You're fine, Corey. Go ahead. Yep. Corey, you're fine. Go ahead. Oh, you just muted yourself. Okay. We can't hear you right now, Corey. You're on mute. Okay. Seems you're unmuted.
Yeah,
There you go. You're
I'm
fine.
hearing a lot of echo, so I can't. There we go. So yeah. So what we've been thinking about here, we love the ERPD. Me and our family, my wife and I. Reason being, we just have two different plats. We have the ER and we have the ERPD. And based on these two plats, we like the ERPD because there is going to be a road behind us. But can you guys hear me? I can't.
Yeah, Corey, if you want to hold on just a second. We don't hear any feedback. We don't hear an echo, but we might be able to suggest something. Jason, you want to chime in here? Okay. We don't hear it. Do you have two computers on at your house?
I hear the echo. I can barely hear Corey.
I can't hear a thing.
Okay. Well, okay, Corey, we're gonna let you start over again, but don't restart quite yet.
Hey,
Corey,
Mayor.
do you have a YouTube meeting going in the background anywhere in your house? Like, is somebody else in the next room looking at the YouTube meeting?
Corey,
Hey, Tina.
Corey, did you hear that? Hold on just a second, Chief Bush. Corey, did you hear that? Did somebody else in the house on the
I hear about 20 people talking at one time.
Corey, is there somebody else in your house that has a YouTube meeting on, or is listening to this in another way?
No.
Okay.
I hear like a microphone, like someone's talking on a walkie-talkie.
So what I see on my end, I hear the same racket that he's talking about.
Mhm.
The city hall looks like it's showing the YouTube feed, the screen. I'm wondering if there's a mic that's on there that's picking that up.
No, I appreciate that. The only microphone open here at City Hall is mine. Any suggestions, Jason? Chief Bush, can you hear me right now?
Yes, sir, I can. And I can see you on both screens. Before you were showing as Jamie Clary, then you were showing as City Hall. Right now on the City Hall screen, there was a YouTube picture. And I'm wondering if that microphone is picking up that feedback.
Okay. Hold on one second here.
Right now, it's just you. On both screens.
Chief Bush, the one that says, the block that you see that says City Hall is actually just there for the camera feed that comes in for the folks that are there and present in the City Hall room. That microphone is not actually activated. Only the one that's in front of the mayor is actually activated at this time.
But help me understand, Chief Bush, you had a hard time hearing Corey, is that right?
Yes, sir. There was quite a bit of feedback, and I think Ms. Collins was hearing that feedback as well.
Okay, give us just a second. You want to come up here, Jason?
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, we can hear you fine, Corey. Hold on. This is off. This is on. Okay. Chief Bush, when Corey spoke and the problems you heard, did you hear those problems when anybody else was speaking?
No, sir. It was when Corey was speaking, and it seems like every time he opens up his mic, it's getting that feedback, and it's like it's bleeding over on another screen or another microphone's picking it up.
Okay. Why don't we go to the next speaker? And Corey, what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to the next three speakers, and Corey, we'll recycle back to you.
It's not doing it now, Mayor.
It's not?
No, it's not.
So can everybody hear Corey well when he just spoke?
Yeah, he's clear as a bell right now.
Good.
We
Perfect.
solved the problem
Yes.
without figuring out how we solved the problem.
All right,
Thank-
fabulous.
Look, Corey, if
Am I
you'd
good
like
to go?
restart, if you'd like to restart, feel free.
Oh, thank you. Sorry for the confusion. So first let me start over. I'm Corey Allen, live at 104 North Ames Avenue. Me and Kristen, we moved here about 3 or 4 months ago in October, and we didn't know about the development. So what we did, people came across the neighborhood and they handed out a pamphlet about no development for ERPD. So we signed the petition. Come to find out all the data the last couple of months, we have since removed our name from the petition, and we now vote for the ERPD. And we've came to this conclusion based on the information at hand, which is two plats, two projects, essentially. We have the ER, PD, and we have the ER. So the reason why me and Kristen like the ERPD and we are in favor of this is because you're going to leave with the ERPD, the project is going to leave acreage, lots of acreage of open space. That means that there's not going to be any homes of the ERPD development from the developers butting up against any of the existing communities' lot lines. But if you have the ER development, if you see in their preliminary drawing, you have home lot lines against other home lot lines. So that is one reason why we support the ERPD. So with all of this open space, you have room for wildlife. They're leaving the pond with the ERPD. They're going to have a walking trail where people can walk and ride bikes, and you can see the animals that are out with the 80 or 100 acres that are all behind us already existing. On top of that, there's going to be a pavilion with the ERPD that we support, where there's going to be grills that Laura Strong told me that they were going to have grills for people to come out and congregate whenever we have the opportunity to do so again, hopefully in the future. So there's another thing that we were really enjoyed about the project itself. And as with the pond, they're going to fill in the pond if they do have to develop the ER. So that is a couple things that we really were encouraged about, and the privacy and the security about not having homes right on top of the existing homes that are already in the Lakes of Savannah community. I will say that talking with Laura Strong as well, within the last couple of weeks, that the developers and their team have assured us that they are going to put a fence, an aluminum wrought iron fence, behind the North Dames Avenue homeowners, going all the way from the entrance of Cage's Bend to my house at the very corner where the HOA lot line begins. So that was another thing that really made us feel secure and private, knowing that there aren't going to be any other people from the developers behind us, individuals and the civilians, will just be able to walk in our backyard. So that was something that we really were encouraged about with the project as well. So all in all, that's why we support the ERPD, and we think it's a great project. It's going to be beneficial for the community. The only thing that I did have cons about, drawbacks about, was the increased traffic that is going to be on Cage's Bend. And for the future developments that is possibly going to go on down towards the peninsula. And we're hopeful that the city officials and engineers are be able to take some proceeds from the revenue and be able to expand Cage's Bend, where our police officers and fire department and school buses are able to have better access going up and down that road. So thank you for your time. You'll have a good evening.
Corey, thank you, and thank you for your
Yes.
patience as well. Mike Stanton, Cage's Bend Road.
I'm sorry, Mayor, did you call my name?
I did, Mike. We're ready for you.
Okay. In the melee of the audio confusion, I got bumped off. So I just as you called my name, I just got back on. So sorry for
ready. Go ahead.
All right. I appreciate it. First of all, thanks to all the BOMA members tonight. I appreciate all that you do for the city. I just wanted to speak real quick. I live and first of all, I sent an email out to everybody about a month ago. I live at 2250 Cage's Bend Road, diagonally across the street from the property. And just wanted to just share really my voice of support. Diagonally, I live about 100 feet away, and it's not something that I'm going to be driving by every day. I'm going to be sitting on my front porch looking at. There's a lot of opinions but in my case, thinking through the development and looking at the plan, it looks like that Mike and Lynn and the guys are trying to be good stewards with the property. Would I rather see nothing? I think that's an obvious answer, but that's not the real answer. I think number one, they're local guys, they're local builders. I've known them all for years. I think probably most of you all know that I'm a licensed builder, built the house I live in currently. And I would let either one of the three builders that are going to be developing that property and building houses, I'd be glad to have either one of them build my personal house. So I'm probably going to be affected by this new development probably as much, if not more than anybody else, because I'm going to be looking at it every single day. But what I'm encouraged by is what I see going on in Savannah right now. And I've watched Mike build those houses first of all in Cages Bend and now the next section of Savannah. And he just does a really good job. I've seen the houses that Mr. Blue has built, just first class. And Tim Wheeler, I think, is one of the builders that's going to be in there. The Wheeler family goes back in this city for years, way back for many decades. Just great people. I'm very confident they're going to do a great job. So I just really wanted to voice my voice of support. And I'm going to be affected by it as much as anybody that may be on this call tonight. I do want to recognize Mr. Skidmore and Mr. Hayes for bringing this back and commending them. It's not easy to recognize that maybe we missed something. And in my case, in my opinion, I think, a development that's this nice, building $600,000 plus houses, I think is good. And I think it's good for the city. And I think it's good for the businesses that we're trying to attract to see that, we're building nice, high quality communities with nice, high quality builders. So I just wanted to take a few minutes and just say, I support it. I highly recommend everybody vote for it. And again, I live right across the street, and these are great guys, local guys, and I think they'll do an awesome job. So they have my support, and would ask each of you to take real good consideration. If we can't approve a $600,000 home development in Hendersonville, I'm not sure what we can approve. So just got my vote of support. I hope you guys feel the same way. And that's all I have.
Mike, thank you. Next, we have Jim Vaughn, Cages Bend Road.
Oh, Mayor, I had to unmute myself there. Can you hear me now?
You're fine. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, or good evening, everyone. I appreciate y'all letting me speak again. And as you know, I spoke last time in favor of this development, and I'm here to again voice my support for the development. I'm going to try not to be redundant and go over the same things that I went over last time. However, a couple of things I didn't make it to last time was, when I was in your position trying to make these decisions, I know how hard it is to make them. Also, it's sort of ironic that I would be speaking out in favor of this development, since during my last campaign, I was actually named the person who was anti-development. But in actuality, my position has always been that development should be planned. It should go through the process that you're going through. And I applaud you guys for going through a process that is allowing people to voice their opinion, and then also being able to make sure that the development is well suited for the neighborhood. My wife and I have been out here since the 90s. My wife actually got here in the 80s, and this development is going to fit in very well with our area out here. We're excited about the fact it's going in because, to be quite honest with you, it's going to help our property values out here in the Cages Bend Road area. A couple of things, and Corey's already sort of touched on this. One of the things I especially like about this is the planned development phase of it, where you're going to have good amenities for not only the neighborhood, but hopefully available to other people in the area. Especially the walking trails and such, because if you've been out on Cages Bend Road, the population out here is growing We're actually getting a lot of people walking the area out here and biking. As of right now, there's not that many walking trails and biking places out here. So I think it's going to actually improve this area out here. Hopefully they'll allow some of the neighbors to come down and enjoy some of the amenities with them. So again, I appreciate y'all's approach towards this. I thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak out again. I hope that this passes tonight for the betterment of the city of Hendersonville and also this community. Thank you, Mayor.
Jim, thank you. Next, we've got Chris Porch. Chris, I moved you from your request from citizen comments to the public hearing. I assume you don't want to speak at both. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mayor.
Okay. Do you want to speak at the public hearing, which is now?
Whatever you think's appropriate, sir.
Are you speak about Bellsford Landing?
Yes, sir, it's correct.
Then now's the time. Give us your address and go ahead, please.
I am at 2706 Cages Bend Road. Thank you all for providing me time to speak tonight. The main issue a lot of us have out here is this was all attempted to be done in the darkness of night. As far as the $600,000 houses that are being proposed now, all brick, that's great. If we're going to have development, let it be nice. But over the years, I've seen a lot of community type informational meetings that were hosted to answer questions and deal with these concerns affected citizens had. That never happened for this. Instead, we were faced with threats by the builders and a rezoning sign that was placed parallel to the existing fence, so that hopefully it would be seen by as few people as possible. When this all started back in November, we were talking about 72 acres. Then it changed to 100. Now I'm hearing rumors that this development's supposed to be stretching all the way over to Douglas Bend. I'd like to know what the facts are. I'd like to know what the truth is of all this. We all realize that development's inevitable. And if it's going to happen, I want it to be nice homes. I want it to be expensive homes that people are proud to come home to and look good in our community. We're just trying to figure out what the facts are at this point because they keep changing. I would love to see this proposal be tabled until the developer can have time to host a meeting like that, where they can lay out their plans in their entirety, not just bits and pieces that we pick up along the way and have to dig for. There's also supposed to have been a traffic study, I believe, that's supposed to have been done by now. I'd love to see the results too. You know, if this was just more of a transparent, didn't seem like there were shady intentions and a hidden future behind it, we probably all could get more behind this. That's all I've got, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your time.
Chris, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
That ends our public hearing. Next, we have approval of January 26, 2021 meeting minutes. We have a motion from Alderman Edwards and a second from Alderman Waters. Any discussion on that? All those in favor of approving the minutes from January 26th as presented in the packet earlier, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Annette calls your name. Thank you.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson, Peterson,
Aye.
Hold on just a second, Lee. Now try it.
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Aye.
Skidmore, Waters,
Aye.
Clary.
Aye.
13 total.
It passes unanimously. Thank you, Annette. Next, we have citizen comments, which we have nobody signed up for citizen comments. And then we have ordinance and resolutions. Alderman Edwards.
Oh, on the consent agenda?
Yes.
Oh, so moved.
We have a motion and
Second.
a second from Alderman Robertson to approve the consent agenda. Again, those items are B, C, E, G, and I. Alderman Edwards, did I have that correct?
B, C, E, did you say E, G, and I?
E,
Yes,
G, and
sir.
I. Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor of approving items B, C, E, G, and I, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Annette calls your name.
Okay, Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Shoot.
Aye.
Peterson,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
Aye.
Waters,
Aye.
and Clary.
Aye.
Those are 13 ayes.
Thank you, Annette. That passes unanimously. Next, we have item A. This is second reading of ordinance 2020-47, an ordinance rezoning Bellsford Landing located east of Cages Bend Road North, south of Douglas Bend, and approving a preliminary master development plan to govern the development of this property. Alderman Skidmore.
So move.
Second.
We have a motion from Alderman Skidmore and a second from Alderman Cunningham. I don't believe anybody has their hand up.
Mayor, I need to.
Alderman Robertson.
Go ahead.
Is Director Free on the call? Director Free, I have a question for you, please. I think that the plan has allowed for, I think it's 104 homes. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And if the developer sought to change that number and increase it, what would be the process that the developer would have to go through?
If they were going to increase it substantially, like in this case, if they were going to increase it more than three homes, then they would have to go back through the process to get that amended. But in doing that, with the way this is laid out, I think if they increased it probably by more than one home, so if they increased it from 104 to 105, there'd probably be issues where they wouldn't have as much open space as what was approved. So that would probably trigger it to go back as well. So pretty much
we can control very tightly in any attempt. And I don't know if the developer is, but I've had some residents complain, that they think that this is just a plan to get more houses in. So we've got protections that would prevent that without going through, public hearing and proper notice, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
So it wouldn't be anything, for example, there's 104 units here, single family, for them to convert that to duplexes or multifamily, or to say, now we're going to make the lots smaller and have 140 units. So that wouldn't be something they could do without going back through a very detailed process.
Thank you. I wanted to get that on the record. I also have, thank you. I have a question for the developer. I guess, is that Ms. Duke?
Hold on one second, Alderman Robertson. Without objection, we're going to suspend the rules and allow the developers to speak. But as you do, just answer the question, please, and identify your role with the developer. Alderman Robertson.
So I have a question for the developer. So who will be the spokesman for the developer?
That would be me.
Okay, Ms. Duke. And again, this is some questions that I've received from residents. Is it the intent of the developer to develop this property for individual homes for sale and not homes for rent?
Yes, absolutely. You're correct.
Hey, Laura, can you scoot a little bit closer to the microphone for us?
Yes. Yes, you're correct. This is intended to be only for individual sale. We're not planning on doing any rental properties.
And also, would you stipulate that the company doesn't intend to sell any large tracts or several lots to companies that do build homes for rent?
Yes, correct. The builders that are planning on being involved in this would be Creekside Homes, Ballou Construction, and as mentioned, I think Wheeler Construction as well. And none of those builders do rental properties. And so you're correct. We will not be selling any tracts of land to two companies that do rental properties.
Thank you. That's all. I just wanted those two facts on the record. That's all, Mayor.
Alderman Robertson, thank you. I see we have a couple hands up from our Zoom folks. We have a couple here that I'm going to go to first. Alderman Peterson.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the citizen comments mentioned a traffic study. Has that been conducted?
Is that Keith? Can you help us with that?
Yeah, Marshall might be more appropriate to answer that question.
Marshall?
Yes, Mayor. We would get that traffic study done a little later in the process, and we would we get it done, and whatever the findings came out of that, we just incorporate it into the construction plans and implement that before the final plat was approved.
Alderman Peterson, anything else?
No, thank you.
Appreciate that.
Let them go.
Alderman Waters. Oh, sorry, Jim.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay. Alderman Collins. Rachel, you're muted right now. We all do it. There you go.
Okay. I was wondering if, for the Dukes, if the HOA covenants for this new development will attempt to prevent rentals or large numbers of rentals.
That's not something we discussed.
Well, we had not discussed that, no, but I'm not sure. I guess that's a legal issue as to whether that can be enforced through an HOA or not. But we had no intentions of, as we're developing Savannah 2, we have no intentions of rental property whatsoever. That's not the kind of work we're in.
I guess you're asking are you asking, Rachel,
If the HOA can enforce it.
Homeowners that purchase the homes from us, are we planning on putting something in place to stop them from renting? Is that the question?
Well, I know that you can't stop them from renting, but I think a lot of HOAs have a cap on how many homes can be rented. I may be wrong about that. Keith, Mr. Free, I think you kind of know what I'm referencing with another neighborhood and how their HOA kind of
you're probably
didn't govern that properly.
Yeah, I think you're referring to Anderson Park. That's just something where that particular developer volunteered that's what they wanted to make sure that they were limiting rental, and that's acceptable, to do. Certainly, in the process of the approval process, it's certainly okay to discuss some of this stuff about rental and home buyer, but it would be inappropriate to put guidelines on a developer in regards to rental and to requiring them to cap that. But certainly it's appropriate to ask the developer if they have such things. Some HOAs do have limits, but again, that's just based on what the HOAs do have. They cap that, or in some cases, HOAs may say that no one person can own more than 2 properties at a time. And then that kind of restricts that as well. So there are ways to do that, that HOAs can limit that. The question of the legality of that, of whether an HOA can do that, that's something that would be a litigation issue if it was litigated. But if it was something that was accepted by all the people that live there, then like in most cases, it wouldn't be an issue.
But we'd be open to exploring that to answer your question, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Alderman Collins, thank you. Alderman Hayes.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of items here. These are requests that were made from homeowners in Lakes of Savannah. The first one is I'd like to have an amendment, I guess, to add crash gates on Barron Road. So that would dead end there at Barron Road. The second, and I've already spoken to the folks at Creekside Builders, and they've agreed to that. The second one is to add an aluminum or wrought iron decorative fencing along the property line right where the cattle fence is right now, and I've spoken to this issue with Miss Laura Strong as well, but it would go from Cage's Bend, from the entrance there along the property line, all the way up to lot 104, and actually bend around that lot. And it's approximately 800 feet of decorative fencing that has been requested by those homeowners.
Alderman Hayes, are you making a motion?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna do my best to repeat it.
Thank you, Mayor.
Please let me know if what I've done is inadequate. And Keith, you're probably gonna have to help me here, that we're gonna include a crash gate at Barron Road is the first item. The second is that we are going to require a decorative fencing along the property line from lot 104 to Cage's Bend Road.
And that's a 4-foot decorative fencing. And it's from, as you said, Cage's Bend to lot 104.
4 feet high, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Keith, how do we do that? Where do we put that in this? Oh, Keith, you're muted.
Muted myself.
Okay.
It could be, there's already been a motion to approve, hasn't there? So
Yeah.
I think it would probably just need to be an amendment to amend that. And then that way that's clearly on there about the crash gate and the issue with the fencing. And then that's generally enough detail for us to have that in there in the plan development to make sure that that's done correctly.
Keith, do we add that in the text of the ordinance as section 3?
Yeah, I think that would probably be appropriate to add an amendment to add section 3 to have that language that Alderman Hayes spelled out. Probably more specifically in regards to this crash gate, a crash gate that would meet the specifications of the fire and police department as well as the planning department.
Okay. So Alderman Hayes, I'm going to restate your motion and then make sure you're okay with it, and then I'll pause for a second on that. So we're going to request we're going to require a crash gate at Barron Road, meeting the specifications of the Hendersonville Police Department, Hendersonville Fire Department, and the Hendersonville Planning Department. The second item is that we're going to require decorative fencing that is 4 feet high along the property line from lot 104 to Cage's Bend Road. How did I do, Alderman Hayes?
You did great. Thank you, Mayor.
Well, I appreciate that. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second, Alderman Skidmore. Any discussion on this specific item with the two aspects of it? Alderman Collins.
I just want to clarify for some of the residents who have confusion about this. Mr. Free, if this amendment passes and the ordinance passes, they will be required to do this, and the city has the ability to enforce that. If they build these homes, it will have a fence and it will have a crash gate on Barron Road. Is that accurate?
Yes, any condition that the planning commission would put on a project and it was approved and moved forward to BOMA, and in this case, something that BOMA added, that would be a part of the plan development. And then that's all what's really good about plan development. It's very precise, and we're letting you do this, but you've got to do this, this, and this, and it's not really generalized. It's very specific, just as this amendment would be. And then that gives us the ability to say, hey, you've got to do that. Let's just say, for example, a developer said, no, I'm not going to do that. Then we could say, well, then you're in violation. You're not upholding your part of the plan development. Therefore, you do not have an actively approved plan development. And you need to go back to the planning commission and maybe even back to BOMA to rectify that if you don't want to do whatever that issue was. So we do have the authority to enforce that. Yes.
And so at some point we would say, you haven't built this fence yet, therefore you don't have, we won't give you any more building permits.
That's correct.
Or something of that nature.
It would basically end up in that type of situation. Where we're at right now is we're at a rezoning and a preliminary development plan. If this is approved, then they come back and they do a final development plan, and then that has more detail into it. And the final development plan as long as the final development plan is in substantial compliance with the preliminary development plan, which it should be in this case, then it just goes to the Planning Commission and then goes to BOMA, and it's a pretty straightforward process. So really, the big decision is on the preliminary development plan, not the final development plan that might be in full compliance with the preliminary.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Alderman
you.
Collins, thank you. I do want to ask our fire and police, do y'all have any concerns about this? Chief Bush.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I did raise my hand, so I appreciate that. Basically, we would rather, and we require electronic Yelp gates, not necessarily a crash gate, because crash gates, you got to get out and unlock a lock, cut a lock off. Whereas an electronic Yelp gate, you just yelp your siren and it electronically opens. So we prefer those over a crash gate that's usually with a lock and a chain.
Perhaps what we need to do is change that motion to item number 1, a crash gate at Barron Road, meeting the specifications of the Hendersonville Police Department, Hendersonville Fire Department, and the Hendersonville Planning Department, or an electronic Yelp gate. Alderman Hayes, are you okay with that?
Yes, sir.
Is Chief Bush, did I word that correctly?
Yes, sir. And again, we're open to conversations about that, but we prefer the Yelp gates for sure.
Okay, Chief Miller.
Yeah, police department feels the same way. That would be a whole lot better than a crash.
Okay. Alderman Collins, did I get a sufficient answer to your question? I appreciate that. Alderman Robertson. Oh, hold on. Sorry. We're good.
I just, I know that Alderman Hayes said that he had talked with the developer about this, but I would like to get the developer to acknowledge that these two conditions, I mean, we may do it anyway, but it's always better to get the developer on the record as saying that we agree to these stipulations. So Ms. Duke, does the company have any objections to the two stipulations that Alderman Hayes has moved?
No, we do not, and we're fine with the electronic gate as well.
Thank you. That's all, Mayor.
Alderman Robertson, thank you. Alderman Dixon on the amendment? Okay. Alderman Cunningham on the amendment? I think you already told me no, I apologize. Alderman Edwards, anybody else on the amendment? So the amendment has two parts to it. The first one is that crash gates will be required at Barron Road or an electronic Yelp gate, and those have to meet the specifications of the Hendersonville Police Department, the Hendersonville Fire Department, and Hendersonville Planning Department. The second part of this is that we are going to require decorative fencing along the property line that is 4 feet high between lot 104 to Cages Bend Road. We have a motion from Alderman Hayes. I believe the second was from Alderman Skidmore. I don't see anybody waving their hands. All in favor of this amendment, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Annette calls your name.
Brown,
I got you.
Brown,
I had to find myself, Ned. I'm moving around on the screen there. I'm okay. Yes.
all right, thank you. Campbell,
Yes.
Collins,
Yes.
Cunningham,
Yes.
Dixon,
Yes.
Edwards,
Yes.
Hayes,
Yes.
Peterson,
Yes.
Petrelli,
Yes.
Robertson,
Yes.
Skidmore,
Yes.
Waters,
Yes.
Clary.
Yes.
It's 13 yes.
That passes unanimously. Thank you, Annette. Alderman Hayes, I'm going to come back to you. Anything else?
No, sir.
I appreciate that. Where else you want to go?
Yeah, I might ask
Okay.
one question.
Alderman Edwards.
Okay, I have a question. This is directed at Director Free or the developers. So is this new proposed development, it's only proposing to increase the number of units housing by 39 houses? Am I reading that correctly? Yes. The prior one was 65 lots?
Yes, but there was a part.
Yes, but under the current zoning with the 8 acres added, it'd be 1 lot per acre. So Keith, correct me if I'm wrong here, but it'd technically be 80 acres allowed, 80 lots, sorry, but they'd have to be the 1 acre. So that was with our plat, we looked at, saw that we could, I think, probably with roads and everything, realistically fit 73 or 74 lots there under the straight ER zoning.
Keith, we
First-
can hear you.
So about 31 lot difference.
Okay. And the houses are going to start at, did you say $600,000 would be the minimum starting price on the housing?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, Alderman Edwards, thank you. Alderman Cunningham.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to review the offsite improvements of that the developer is going to offer to this, to have offered to the city of $364,000. And we might have covered it last time and I can't remember, but the $364,000, I have several questions. How is that going to be paid? Is it going to be paid when we pull permits? And how is it going to be spent? So I'm not sure who I direct those questions to. And also, should that be part of the ordinance? I know it's we have a submittal from Cages Bend Development LLC dated 10/22/20. But I'm not sure if we should, include that as part of the ordinance itself. Those are my 3 questions. And I'm
Thank
not
you,
sure
Alderman
who I
Cunningham.
need to.
We'll go to Alderman Hayes to try to answer that one.
Okay.
Oh, well, I don't know why. Jonathan. Actually, we should go to Keith and then we'll go to the sponsors. Alderman Hayes, you're one of the sponsors, but Keith, if you want to try to field that one, feel free.
Yeah, what that's going to be is $3,500 per home, and that is broken down. I believe. Let me see. The developer's funds for the project. $1,500 a lot at the plat recording, and then another $2,000 per lot at the issuance of the building permit. So that'll result in the $364,000. So what'll need to happen is when they record that first plat of the first section, they'll need to pay 1,500 times the 104, and so they'll have to pay that when they record that first plat, even though they might not be recording the whole 104 lots. But when they do that, that's going to trigger the payment of that $1,500 times the 104.
Okay, do we have that someplace where, I mean, I went through the paperwork. I tried to remember what we had discussed last time. Is it in the paperwork somewhere that I didn't find?
It is. It's I think it's item number 6. It's something the developer said they were doing.
Okay.
I don't know specifically if it's on the plan, but it's approved as a part of the plan from the Planning Commission. It was item number 6 that the developer agreed to, but the developer brought that forward without the request. So
okay, I couldn't remember if have the particulars of that discussion from last time. Thank you for clearing that up, Keith. I appreciate that.
I think we're covered. We're covered that they're paying that, but it might not be a bad idea, Mayor, just to get the developer to confirm, prior to the vote, that they agree that that's what they're responsible to pay.
Laura,
and my last question is, should we include that as part of the ordinance itself?
I think you're okay because it's all a part of what's come from the Planning Commission. So you wouldn't have to spell that out. You could, there wouldn't be anything wrong with it. But I think we're covered on it, especially if the developer will verbally confirm that is the case.
Okay.
Because it wasn't something that was added. Sometimes like Jackson Townhomes,
yes,
that didn't come out of the Planning Commission with a per lot, but at BOMA, it added it. So in that case, it needed to be added. In this case, it came out of the Planning Commission with the 3,500 per lot.
Laura, can you confirm what Keith Free is it fits your understanding?
Yes, I confirm that that's correct on our end.
Thank you. Alderman Cunningham.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all my questions.
I appreciate that.
Thank you,
Alderman
Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Cunningham. Thank Alderman Dixon.
Arlene actually asked my primary question, but I do have another one. And this is for Laura and company. We've heard a lot from the citizens in that area, especially in Lakes of Savannah, that they're still unsure of a lot of the details. We've gotten a barrage of emails this week and over the weekend, and we even heard some of that tonight from the speaker, from the public hearing. But what effort have you done to have some sort of public forum or meeting with those folks to allow them to come in and ask questions and hear each other's questions?
Anything else?
Yes, thank you, Alderman Dixon. We have had a few different forms of communication. The first being, I think back in October or November, before the Planning Commission voted to move it forward, we had a Zoom call. Of course, with COVID, things are a little bit interesting with this, trying to communicate with the subdivision. But we had, the first one was a Zoom call with the HOA board members. We recorded that meeting. You've heard some of the neighbors reference it being on video. We recorded that, uploaded it to YouTube, and shared that with the HOA president, and with a lengthy email with the plats, with all the information, everything we could think of, passed that along, and he shared that with the entire Lakes of Savannah subdivision. During that Zoom call, we also welcomed a Zoom call with the entire subdivision. That was a request that we had gotten. We originally started with the HOA board because we felt like just starting there would be a little more productive to try to field some questions up front. But we also agreed in that Zoom call to do a Zoom meeting with the entire subdivision if there were any questions or concerns that we had not addressed. And when that was sent out, I gave my personal contact information that went out to the entire subdivision and asked anyone to reach out to me directly if they had any questions or concerns that we hadn't addressed. We did not hear from anyone. We stayed in contact for a little while with the HOA president there. And then after the Planning Commission meeting, we continued to talk to some of the homeowners. And then actually since the last BOMA meeting, we have also had some one-on-one communication with quite a bit of the Lakes of Savannah homeowners. We've reached out to a lot of them, didn't hear back from a lot of them, but we did have conversations with a lot of them. Realized at the last BOMA meeting that that in hindsight, wish we would have started there. Of course, we would have loved to have knocked on doors, but again, during COVID, it's been a little interesting. But again, we had some one-on-one conversations with several of them that were very productive, where we were able to address a lot of questions and concerns that we hadn't even heard yet. So yeah, I think that covers it.
Okay, thank you.
Alderman Dixon, anything else?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Laura or somebody else with the development group, are y'all familiar with restrictions that developers of Anderson Park placed on their development concerning rentals?
I'm not, no, I don't think.
I'm currently in another subdivision on Long Hollow Pike that the HOA has voted to do that and control their rental properties. Somerset Downs is the development I'm talking about.
Hold on, Mr. Duke, we're having a hard time hearing you, mostly because of echo from your room. So if you could scoot up a little bit and identify yourself, please.
Okay, I'm Mike Duke, and I just wanted to speak on behalf of our group. As I'm in another development that is has an HOA that has voted to control the rental properties in that development. Somerset Downs is the development I'm speaking about, and that's why I say I don't know the legalities of the HOA enforcing that, but they have voted to do that. We're willing to do that in any way. I think our history states that we're not in the rental business. We never have been, and we don't intend to be. So anything we could include in a document to state that, we're more than willing to do so.
I appreciate that. Keith, help me out here. We had a similar situation with Anderson Park where I think both sides threw out some ideas. and the developers of Anderson Park agreed to some restrictions that I think everybody agreed were reasonable. What can we do at this time to encourage that, suggest that, or whatever?
I think the discussion is okay. I think what it wouldn't be I'll just say it kind of clear. It would not be appropriate for us to require the developer or that they would have to provide that in regards to rental. That would not be appropriate to do that. If the developer wants to voluntarily do something, then they can do that. We certainly can have a discussion about it. But as we put these other things with amendments on, it wouldn't be something we would want to put a specific amendment on in regards to rental. Because we get into that whole fair housing issue about rental, and we've sort of become educated on that over the last year or so in regards to that. But certainly it's just something that if the developer wants to do that, and we can have that back and forth and discussing it. It's just not putting a requirement that they have to, or if they're saying they're going to do something and then us, wanting to draw that more specific out. In that Anderson Park example, that was something they provided it, and then they provided us a lot of detail. And so they were going to do it anyway. And then we just got in that discussion with them. Well, can you explain to us what kind of detail? And then that's how that all kind of happened.
Keith, I believe the Anderson Park, correct me if I'm wrong here, was that they agreed that no more than 10%. And the reason I bring this up now, it's much easier when the HOA is one entity as opposed to several property owners. And I think that's what the folks at Anderson Park and some other subdivisions have understood, is that it's much easier to deal with one developer versus several people who make up the HOA, several entities that make up the HOA. Keith, I believe in Anderson Park that what they suggested and decided was to restrict the number of rental units via the HOA restrictions to 10%, and that nobody would be allowed to own more than 2, and nobody would be able to rent a unit within the first year of purchasing it. Am I remembering that correctly?
I think it was something along those lines. Yes, I think you're correct.
Okay, Mike and Laura, do y'all wish to speak on that?
Yeah, again, we're open to that. I don't, correct me if I'm.
We're open to the discussion, as I said, Mayor. I don't know the legalities.
Yeah, I think we would need to seek our attorney's advice before agreeing to anything specific.
But again, our history shows that we're not a part of doing that type program.
Yeah,
they're having it.
Yeah, we're happy to explore that, but I don't know that we feel comfortable agreeing to anything specific at this time.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Mike. Alderman Hayes.
Mayor, I need your help on this. I'm not sure if this is the right time, but I want to make sure that if there are, after a traffic study is done, if there are any needs for improvement on Cages Bend Road, that some of these impact fees can go towards that. I don't want to legislate this right now, but I guess I just want to make sure that these people out there are taken care of with at least some of those impact fees. I also would love it if we could put some of the impact fees towards the underpass in Ward 5 and save it and earmark it. But I don't want to in any way slow down our process tonight. So if you have any suggestions, I'm open.
Alderman Hayes, thank you. Keith, I think we may have done part of that a while back. Keith, can you help us out here?
Yeah, it's just something where with the negotiated per lot fees, in this case, I think it's 364,000.
We did it with Jackson Townhomes, am I correct?
That's true. Yeah, that was Jackson Townhomes, where 100,000 of that went to the underpass, and then the balance, I can't remember. I think it was in the rainy day fund is maybe where it moved to. I can't remember precisely where that was. So, but BOMA can determine where the revenue generated from this, where it goes. Typically something that benefits something with near the area or within the general ward, but it's not limited to that.
Alderman Hayes, since we don't know the results of the traffic study yet, how do you feel about holding off on this? And we
That's fine.
Okay, we can have a separate ordinance.
I
at any
just
time.
wanted our whole board to be aware. Number one, I want to take care of the residents out there if there's needed improvements. And number two, I want to start saving all we can in the general fund towards the underpass.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Appreciate that comment, Keith. Thank you so much. Alderman Collins. Rachel, you're muted right now.
Okay. I just want to echo, as the other alderman from Ward 5, that I am in complete agreement with Jonathan. I would want to see any fees collected from this first satisfy the results of Marshall's impact study, traffic impact study. And then secondly, we have got to start somewhere towards the underpass project. And this would be a good little chunk towards that. I support Mr. Hayes's idea completely.
Alderman Collins, thank you. Alderman Waters.
Thank you, Mayor. I've enjoyed the conversations and everything, but it seems like there's a lot of doubt out there as to what's going to be done and so forth, especially the traffic study. So I want to move to make a motion to defer this for 30 days, Mayor. Thank you.
A motion, and I'll second that. The discussion needs to be on the motion to defer. Alderman Campbell, you had your hand up earlier. Do you want to speak on this motion?
No, sir. I wanted to speak on the moving some money for the underpass. Since I was the one who did that for the Jackson Park one, I wanted to mention it here as well, but that's all right. Go ahead and deal with a motion right now. It'll be fine, sir.
Alderman Campbell, thank you. Alderman Petrelli on the motion to defer. Appreciate that. Anybody wish to speak on the motion to defer? 1 second here, sorry. Jason, are we okay?
Mayor, we could hardly hear you.
We're trying to work through that. On here. I'm not real sure what happened. No, it's not. That's the problem. My microphone was off. In addition to muting myself, I also turned off my microphone. I appreciate y'all's patience.
Hang in there.
Thank you. Alderman Brown on the motion to defer.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Could, that was Mr. Waters' motion. Could he clarify again why we want to defer,
Alderman Waters.
please?
Thank you, Alderman Brown. My main concern is the traffic study, and I think it's very important. And there's been a lot of questions here in the last 5-10 minutes that the developer has attempted to answer. But I think we need to defer this for 30 days. That's my motion. Thank you.
Alderman Waters, should we make that until the first meeting in March?
Sure.
Okay. I seconded that, so I'll agree with that. Alderman Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I ask Marshall a question about traffic study here, Keith?
Feel free.
When is the proper time to do a traffic study for out there?
Normally, after the vote is taken at this stage, and assuming it's approved, we would proceed with the traffic study. And one thing I wanted to maybe help clarify, there's two kinds of improvements. There's on-site improvements and there's off-site improvements. And when you think of on-site improvements, that is what is generated directly by the development. And so that may be, in this situation, I obviously don't know exactly what it would be, but I would maybe think it could be a turn lane on Cage's Bend. It might be needed, and that would be accomplished by completing.
We need a new cell tower.
Oh, Marshall, you just froze.
I think Marshall froze, but I might be able to finish it for him.
Go ahead, Keith.
In case he doesn't come back. What it is, Alderman Brown, is that the traffic study will say, hey, you got to do a turning lane or do this, or maybe even do a stop sign or an improvement way up the road because of the development. All that stuff, the developer has to do that at their cost.
Right.
This whole $364,000, and that's what I wanted to make clear. That money doesn't go to pay for his required off-site improvements. That's totally separate. So I want to make sure there's no confusion that whatever the traffic study says the developer has to do, then the developer has to do that at his cost and not use this per lot fee, $364,000 to do that.
Thank you.
But the traffic study is normally not done until we make the final approval on the development then the traffic study's done,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah, typically right around during the construction plans, it might be done or prior to the preliminary plat. So it's a little early to do it at this point.
Okay, so if we defer for 30 days, then I'm going to get basically the same answer out of you if I ask this question on March 1st.
Yeah, probably. But on that particular question, Marshall probably would be the better
Okay.
one.
All right.
He deals with that.
That being said, I cannot vote to defer. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Alderman Brown, thank you. Annette, you look like you had a concern there. Are we good?
Well, I just wanted to clarify, the motion to defer was by Waters and you
And I second
that, right?
Yeah. And,
Okay.
and I'll go ahead and clarify a little bit for the previous question. Part of the reason is that I seconded that is to give the applicant more time to research and to consider the restrictions that we've talked about as far as rentals.
Okay.
Alderman Campbell on the motion to defer.
Yes, sir. I'm just going to say that I know the traffic study comes later, and I'm not going to vote for deferring based on that. Thank you.
Alderman Campbell, I think you want me to keep your hand up, and I'll try my best to come back to you in just a second.
Yes, sir. That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, appreciate it. Anybody else on the motion to defer? The motion that's been seconded is to defer this until the first meeting in March. All those in favor, please signify.
Vice Mayor Petrelli, I think, had a question.
Alderman Petrelli. I can't see her.
Sorry, I'm not speaking on the motion to defer, which I won't support. But when we get back to the main motion, my hand will only stay up for 15 seconds, so I do not have an opportunity to ever stay in the queue. Thank you.
Gotcha. And part of the problem I have is that I can't see everybody on my screen.
It's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. I just hate to jump in there and sound like I'm trying to, but I guess I can get like an auction paddle or something.
Nobody else looks like they wish to speak on the motion. For all those in favor, please signify by saying aye or yes. Those opposed, please say no when Annette calls your name.
Brown,
No.
Campbell,
No.
Collins,
No.
Cunningham,
No.
Dixon,
Yes.
Edwards,
No.
Hayes. Lead on now.
No.
Peterson,
Yes.
Petrelli,
No.
Robertson,
No.
Skidmore, Skidmore,
You're muted. You're muted.
20 lashes with a whip. No.
okay. Waters,
Yes.
Clary.
Yes.
Okay, that's 4 yes and 9 no.
That fails. Thank you, Annette. Alderman Campbell.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Speaking of the collected fees and the underpass, yes, I would like to make sure that we put some money aside for that too. I'd like to take it out of the permits when they're pulled, not the money up front. So it would allow the upfront money when they record their plats to be utilized by the city now instead of later, knowing that the underpass is going to take some time. So I would just like to say that $500 of every one of the permits pulled goes toward the underpass, which would be 25% of the $2,000 coming in. So if that works for anyone else, I would like to make that. And the Ward 5 aldermen, if they're agree to that, I'd like to work with them on that.
Alderman Campbell, do you want to make that motion now? Or is that something you want to?
I'd like to make it a motion now. Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay. So as you were speaking, people were moving around on my screen.
I know that's what happened to mine too. I was like, where am I going here?
Can you restate your motion, please?
Yes. I would like for the city to take $500 of the permit fee when the permit is pulled for the residents and place that into a fund for the underpass, the Winston Hills underpass.
Would that include the signage improvements that we likely have coming up soon?
Yes, sir. That'd be fine. Just anything related to the Winston Hills underpass. Yes, sir.
Okay.
But I'd like for it to be based on when the permit is pulled, because I know we have a plat recording fee, which is $1,500 at the front side. Then as the homes are built, they pay $2,000, and I would like to just take $500 of that 2,000 and place it into a fund for Winston Hills Underpass.
Okay.
My
We have a
advice.
motion
Second.
and a sec from Alderman Petrelli. Let me restate this. That of the $2,000 permit fee, 500 of it will be used for the Winston Hills underpass and the signage that we anticipate at the intersection from the exit ramp.
Per lot fee, the per lot permit fee. Yes, sir.
Okay.
The difference in $500 or per lot at $500.
Okay. Okay. Alderman, let's see. Anybody wish to discuss that? Alderman Campbell, I'll come back to you in just a second. I don't see anybody that seems interested in discussing this item. All those in favor of the motion, which is to use $500 of the per lot permit fee of $2,000 per lot for the underpass at Winston Hills and the signage at the intersection of the exit and Saundersville Road.
Sir.
All those in favor of this, please signify by saying aye or yes. Those opposed, please say no when Annette calls your name.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
No.
Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson,
No.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
I did it again. I guess Arlene got me flustered. No.
Waters,
No.
Clary.
Aye.
9 yet. Oh, excuse me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 9 yes, 4 no.
That passes by majority. Thank you, Annette. Alderman Campbell,
That's all, sir. Thank you very much.
appreciate that. Alderman Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. Is anybody else in the queue, please?
No.
Hey, I think it's time that we give this developer a yay or nay on rezoning. I call the question, but if there's no one in the queue, then
Second. Second.
We have a motion, multiple seconds. However, to put this to a vote means we have to call a roll call again. It doesn't appear like anybody else wishes to speak, so I'm just going to call the roll without, I'm just going to ask to vote on the main motion without dealing with the call to the question.
Thank you.
thank you.
We have 2 amendments that have passed. First one dealing with the electronic Yelp gates or crash gate at Barron Road. The second part of that is the fencing along the property line. The second amendment deals with $500 from the per lot permit fee. All those in favor of this of second reading of ordinance 2020-47 as amended, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Annette calls your name.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
No.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson,
No.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
Aye.
Waters,
No.
Clary.
No.
9 yes, 4 no.
It passes with majority. Thank you, Annette. Next thing on the agenda, that was item A. We have dispensed with items B and C. Now we're in items D, which is first reading ordinance 2021-02. This is an ordinance amending budget ordinance 2020-20 to appropriate capital projects funds in the amount of $5,900,000. We have been, I need Alderman Cunningham.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion from Alderman Cunningham, a second from Alderman Petrelli. We're hitting an hour and a half here. We have some people that can't take breaks unless we're not doing business. Should we push on for another 15 or 20 minutes? That's sort of what I'm intending now.
I'm good.
Yes.
I would like a break.
Alderman Cunningham, would you like to make a motion to take a break?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to take a break, please.
Second.
For 5 minutes and a second from Alderman Petrelli. Without objections. Can we do that? Let's just, okay, here's what we're gonna do. I am not gonna call anybody for the next 5 minutes. Good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Oh, there we go. Okay, that's it. Alderman Cunningham, can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you. Tina, are you with us? That means yes.
Yes, sir. You're good to go.
I appreciate it. Alderman Cunningham made a motion to accept first reading of ordinance 2021-02. And we had a second. Annette, who was our second?
I have Petrelli.
Appreciate that. Alderman Cunningham, do you wish to speak on this?
Yeah, yes, Mayor. I just want to give a brief review. I know this is the first reading, but the $5.9 million is a capital outlay note, 12 years. We have been successful in securing financing at 1.65%. And I'm going to call on Robert to give a few more details about it. But what is going to, the cost of the $5.9 million will cover the inline hockey rinks, which will be covered at Volunteer Park. It will cover the expense of a brand new, beautiful fire hall in Ward 6, which will also be located in the vicinity of the Volunteer Park, where we already own the land, and also a fully equipped fire truck. So that is the 3 line items that would be covered under the $5.9 million bond. Robert, are you on the call?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Robert, if you could just go over briefly the first payment, what the first payment would be, and I guess it would be all the same payments successively over 12 years, and how much those payments would be, and also when the first payment would be due.
So first payment will be due August of 2021, about the time we pay all of our other debt payments, but that would just be interest only. We'll pay the full, make the first real payment, the principal and interest at the end of January of 2022. The year one total payment will be $589,016.67. Total over the life, we will pay just a little north of 6.5 million, around 6,532,000. And happy to take any other questions, but yep, that's about it.
Okay, so the first year, the interest only payment in August 2021, how much would that be approximately? Robert, do you have that number?
That'll be $48,675.
Okay, so the first payment would be August 1st, 2021, interest only, plus an additional, I'm looking at fiscal year 2022, plus an additional payment of $589,016
No,
in January.
sorry, 589 will be the entirety of fiscal year 2022.
Okay, when is that? When would that be due? In January of 2022?
So we will pay $48,675 in August in interest. We'll pay another $48,675 in interest in the end of January, and we will make our principal payment of $491,066.67 as at the end of January as well. Sorry if I made that more confusing than it should have been.
Okay, for budget purposes, we would have to budget the $48,675 plus the $589 for budget year 2022.
No, we would just budget $589.
Okay, all right, that was my question. All right, those are my questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Alderman
Thank you,
Cunningham.
Robert.
Thank you, Robert. Robert, we have the money, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
We've already voted to borrow the money, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What we're doing is deciding how to spend it in accordance with the resolution that we have previously, is that correct?
Yes, we have to amend the budget to appropriate the ability to spend.
I appreciate that. Any other questions? Any other comments? All those in favor of first reading of ordinance 2021-02, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Annette calls your name.
Brown,
Aye.
On top of things.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
Aye.
Waters,
Aye.
Clary.
Aye.
13 ayes.
Thank you, Annette. That passes unanimously. Next, we have, and Annette, correct me if I'm wrong, item F. This is first reading of ordinance 2021-04, an ordinance to authorize amendment to budget ordinance 2020-20 and appropriating $508,000 from the general fund. I so move.
Second.
Have a motion, a second from Alderman Waters. Annette, is that where we are?
Yes.
Okay. This also is a proposed amendment to the agenda, with the $500,000 going to increase our supplemental paving, our maintenance of our streets, and with $8,000 going toward a grant that we just received. This was going to be later in the meeting. In Dave's report, I failed to remember that this would come up at this point in the meeting. The grant that we applied for through planning and through parks and through public works that will cover our portion of a master plan for bicycle pedestrian paths across the county. We have received word that we have been awarded that grant. Alderman Cunningham.
Thank you, Mayor. I didn't want to speak to the grant. I wanted to speak to the budget ordinance.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to point out to the board about how the state comptroller's advice and recommendation regarding our general fund balance, how we were cautioned at our last budget about our general fund being so low. And I just wanted to, and I'm not against paving at all, believe me, but in the last like 3 years in a row, we have budgeted a large amount for paving, but we haven't spent nearly that amount. So what I'm suggesting here is the allocation of $500,000 at this point in time for paving may be a little premature, since we only spent out of $2.8 million, we only spent a little over $700,000 of that in this budget year. So we have quite a bit of money still not spent, over almost $2 million. What I'd like to see is that we take this issue up if Marshall comes back to us in say May and say, well, I've spent all of that money that we have budgeted in our time period. I need more. And then we can, at that point in time, allocate those additional funds out of the general fund. But at this point in time, I think it's fiscally conservative to not spend the money and build up our general fund as the state comptroller's office has advised us to do. And those are my comments. So I cannot support this amendment at this time. Thank you, Mayor.
Alderman Cunningham, thank you. One of the reasons that we did not spend the whole amount was that our interim city administrator required that our staff not spend, I think it was $700,000, maybe close to $1 million in what was budgeted. And we also maintain a cushion in State Street aid. And if anything, that is evidence of why we need to spend this money, because we haven't spent some of the money that was initially budgeted, and because it was withheld by staff.
No, that was just this last year, Mayor. In 2018, that we didn't have a city administrator, and we only spent $1,058,000 out of $2.8 million. And in 2019, we only spent $1.3 million out of almost $2.3 million. So
One of those years, the board also decided to remove money for the fire hall, and
I understand,
not
and
a bad idea.
and the
But all this-
COVID also, I realize that, the COVID also. But this year, I'm talking about this year now, we have allocated $2.8 million and only spent $785,000 to date. So I think it's premature. I think we need to maybe look at this in about 2 to 3 months from now and see where we stand. And that's a fiscally conservative opinion. Thank you.
One of the situations we'll run into if we wait is that our roads diminish at a faster rate. When the top layers need to be replaced, if they're not replaced, then the problems with those roads become greater, and that it requires replacing lower layers. We need to spend this money now so those same roads don't cost us exponentially more money later on. Alderman Robertson.
Thank you, Mayor. Is Robert on the phone? Is Robert on the line?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I have a couple of questions for you, Robert. And these are some of the questions that I asked you today. So I hope that you're prepared. I want to get a good feel on the stream of sales tax revenues that the city is receiving. I know for the current budget year, we were very conservative because we didn't know what the COVID was going to do to our local businesses. But can you tell me on the sales tax up to this point, the latest numbers that you've got, what does it look like, the percent that it's going to exceed our budget projections?
Budgeted projections should be around, we're projected to be around 20% above that. Those numbers, of course, were COVID conservative as we'll call it, as well, but 20-ish%.
Can you give me in real numbers? I'm not real good in math, so the 20%, what in real numbers are we talking about?
That's a little over 2.6 million. If we take into account having spent 200,000 of it for COLA and merit, I'd say 2.4 million.
So let me make sure that I understand these numbers because they're quite larger than my bank account. So you're saying that the projections that the historical numbers so far this fiscal year, it looks like that we're going to exceed our revenue projections for sales tax approximately $2.4 million.
That's correct. The COVID projections, yes.
2.4. And let me ask you about expenses. Are our expenses running pretty close to what we projected?
We're on track for our normal, close to what we projected, yes.
Okay, so it looks like we're going to have a budget surplus of this year because of the sales tax. Of course, we don't know what the property tax revenue is going to bring, but that's usually a pretty consistent number. So we look like we're going to have about $2.4 million over our revenue projections, mainly based upon the sales tax boost that we're getting.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Now, thank you. So it does look like that we have sufficient money to allocate $500,000 for additional paving. Now, let me ask you about the comptroller's report, and I've read it several times. But let me ask you, am I correct? The way I read the comptroller's report is he doesn't expect us to year one have a budget surplus of what, $4 or $5 million, but he wants us to begin building toward that. And from the way I read the letter, he understands it may be a multi-year proposition to get to the level that he is saying that we need.
I would say that's fairly accurate. I think it's unrealistic of us to.
So of this 2.4 million surplus that we've got, if we put $500,000 in paving, would there also be an additional $500,000 that we could put in the rainy day fund to be meeting the comptroller's expectation and suggestions to us?
Potentially, dependent upon budget requests that are approved through the process. I would say that's accurate, but
okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I apologize. I was just saying if the board wills it.
Okay. Okay. So what this and of course when I ran for alderman, and I think most of us did, we put as a priority that we wanted to pave. The paving study that was done, I wasn't on the board when the paving study was done, but Marshall, now I have a question for you. How much did the paving study say that we needed to spend each year on paving in order to increase the quality of our roads? Do you recall what that amount is?
I believe it gave a range of like 2.5 to 3.2 million, and we kind of set out to try to do 2.8 as a kind of an in between.
Okay.
2.8 was.
So this $500,000 would help us meet that suggested bogey target that the traffic or the paving study showed. So it appears to me that we have sufficient revenue based upon the sales tax surplus that we're receiving. It seems to me that the comptroller would see that a down payment, and not a large payment, but that a down payment on the rainy day fund would satisfy his requirements that we're moving in the right direction. I would like to say this, that to me, this is what the board is saying here, is that we are setting a priority for the allocation of revenue surplus, if there is any. So if the economy doesn't tank and we continue on the present status, this ordinance would set the priority that 500,000 of this 204 million surplus that we're going to have is going to be dedicated to paving. I don't think that's unrealistic. I mean, I've looked at this because I surely believe in conservative budget making, but in my view, the people of this city want roads. Now, here before, and I supported it 100% in public works, we have focused our paving on the larger traveled roads, like Caldwell, like Indian Lake. So we've concentrated on those roads, but really we haven't dug into the neighborhoods much, of where I'm getting a lot of concerns from my constituents in Ward 6. This 500,000 won't get them all, but it will make an impact. Now, Marshall, let me ask you a question. If you had 500,000 extra dollars for paving in the spring, do you think that we could pave? You think we could find enough roads in bad shape that we could use that money? You think you could spend it?
Yes, I've made Rogers Group aware of the potential of additional funding, and they're preparing to help us spend that.
And if the economy tanks, which we all pray that it doesn't, that money could be deferred. So if the budget turns out a lot worse than our projections are, we could always not spend that money, as far as in the process of good money management. And I think that that's what we've done in the past. That may be why we didn't spend all of our paving, is because we had other needs that we needed to pay and address, so that we withdrew. We didn't spend all of our paving money. So I want to encourage the aldermen, those that when they ran for election, that I'm for paving. I want to encourage you to have the courage. I don't think that it's rambunctious. I don't think that it's dangerous to do this. I think that there's sufficient headroom in our revenues. I think the comptroller would see any down payment on that as sufficient. So I want to encourage my colleagues tonight to support this small increase back for paving that the mayor has recommended. And with that, thank you, Mayor.
Alderman Robertson, thank you. Alderman Edwards. Okay, Alderman Cunningham, I have a question for you. How much did you say that we have left for paving this fiscal year? You spouted off a lot of numbers. I couldn't.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Okay. And I know that the mayor said that, the city administrator had, put a stop to it during our pandemic that we're in for the year 2020. But 2018, we had budgeted $2.8 million in 2018, and we spent $1,058,000. In 2019, we budgeted $2,290,000, and we spent $1,130,000. And in this current budget year, the past budget year of 2020, we budgeted $3.3 million, and we spent $2.6 million. And that was due to the cash flow situation that we were totally unsure of about a year ago during the COVID pandemic. And that's what happened in 2020. It was, encourage our finance department and our CA and other departments were encouraged not to spend unnecessary cash because we didn't know of the uncertainty of the pandemic. So yes, that's correct. That was a directive from our city administrator, which was in my opinion, a very fiscally conservative directive. Now
So
this year,
go ahead.
we have budgeted $2.8 million. And this year we're well into 7 months into our budget year, almost 8 months into our budget year. And we have only spent $785,000 of the 2.8. Now we can have the funding sources from 3 different funding sources. Like the mayor said, the State Street Aid Fund, our supplemental paving, and the other fund that has been, funded through the developers. So with that said, we have still a balance of almost $2 million to spend from now until June. So my take on it is, if Marshall is able to spend all that money between now and even May, we could come back and allocate more funds out of the general fund. I mean, we were crucified at budget time last year because our general fund was so low. I mean, crucified by the general public. And that is a very fiscally conservative thing to do, is to make sure that we build up that general fund and that rainy day fund. And we are going to be more than happy to allocate more funds for paving come towards the end of our fiscal year or even in May.
Okay, I appreciate it. So we have $2 million left to spend in what, 3.5 months?
Pretty much, because the paving season hasn't started yet, has it, Marshall?
No, we're waiting about another month and a half. We'll start.
Yeah, so we're starting to pave around April the 1st, and so we're talking about 3 months, if 3 months.
And on that note, I appreciate
that just
it.
doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, it just doesn't.
Right. Well, I appreciate it, Alderman Cunningham and Director Boyd. Okay, you touched on this. You're not only able to pave at certain times when the weather permits, right?
Right. Once the weather breaks, it warms up. I anticipate April into March, we'll start work again, getting streets paved, and we'll go until June, obviously, paving streets.
And we use Rogers Group, right?
That's correct.
And I assume when the weather's good, everybody, every municipality wants their roads paved and are going after Rogers Group, right?
Right, and that's why I mentioned earlier. They're preparing now with the crews to make sure they have the labor needed to satisfy the money we need to spend.
Well, let me ask this. Even if we wanted to, would we be able to spend and pay Rogers Group $2 million when I guess over a 2-month period, we only have 3.5 more months until the end of the fiscal year, and the weather may only allow it in you said a month and a half. So, I mean, could we even spend that much money even if we wanted to?
Yeah, I kind of use I guess maybe Caldwell as an example, or even Indian Lake. That they can, once they get going, they can pave a lot of streets in a short amount of time, and I think they can do it. They've assured me they can do it, and I just want to double check with Robert. Alderman Cunningham, you mentioned there was in this fiscal year we budgeted 2.8 million for paving.
Can I speak to that?
Yes,
Yeah,
from
Robert,
three
go ahead,
different,
please.
yeah, from 3 different sources. Yeah, sorry.
Right. There you go. She's touched on it, but part of that, around 940,000. 2 of those items are Anderson Park and Drakes Creek Roundabout. That 650,000 for Drakes Creek. Those are 2 of the items that are being
okay.
We added. Those are 2 of the items in that total.
Go ahead, Alderman Edwards.
Okay, and Robert, how much do we have in a rainy day fund?
In an unassigned, we don't.
Yeah, whatever you call it.
It as rainy day, but in our unassigned fund balance at the end of 2020 was around 4.2 million.
Okay.
But nothing's been designated truly as rainy day reserve, as in would take a vote of 7 to do anything with.
So you're saying that's the general unassigned fund balance?
Sure.
Okay. Okay, with that being said, I know Mayor, you want to push for a lot of paving, and it's been a hot button topic. It always is during any race. I mean, do you truly believe that that's the most responsible use of taxpayers' money to use this $500,000 into, we already have 2 million to use?
I do, for a couple reasons, and probably the most notable one is that, two of them is that this is what people ask us for the most, is they ask us to pave the roads. The second one is that as the top layers of the roads depreciate, diminish as they get worse, if we don't take care of them when they need to get taken care of, they become much worse. And this is pointed out in the paving study from a couple of years ago, that if we address a road when it's rated between about 55 and 72, then the cost is at one level per mile. If we wait until the road gets rated before that 55, 50-ish, the cost is much greater. And it's because of the base of the road, and it's because of the first layers of the road that become much worse. That it's no longer just adding a surface to it; it's milling up the whole road and starting over.
Okay, thank you. I just think I don't believe that's the most responsible use of our taxpayer money. We have enough for paving. We have plenty for paving. I agree with Alderman Cunningham. I don't like this at all. I just think we need to start building towards our rainy day fund. I mean, our people say our streets are embarrassing. I think our financial situation's embarrassing. I think we need to start building that up. So another question, Mayor, can we segregate these out? You have section 1 is the 500,000 to paving, and section 2 in your ordinance is the 8,000. I support one and not the other. How can we separate this out? Because I don't want to just vote no. I don't want to vote for section 2.
What we'd have to do is we'd have to have a separate ordinance to come back. I put them together as I've done in previous springs, as looking for some items that need to be funded that were not part of the budget. And that's why I put these 2 together. If you want to pull one out, I'm happy to bring it back separately to the board 2 weeks from now.
Well, I mean, whatever's easiest. I want the $8,000 for the professional services section 2, but I don't want the section 1. I don't think section 2, if you made it a separate ordinance, would delay anything, would it?
Section 1 is
the 500,000 for the allocate towards paving. But the section 2 is the 8,000 towards the pedestrian bicycle master plan.
If this item fails, I'll bring back the pedestrian bicycle master plan.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, appreciate that, Alderman Edwards. Alderman Dixon, you had your hand up earlier on my list, but your hand came down. Did you want to speak?
I just wanted to make sure that we had a plan. We're moving money from the general fund into paving. I wanted to make sure we had a plan, and I think Alderman Roberson covered all my issues with that. But I guess at this point, I want to know, Marshall, did you know you had $2 million to spend between now and June?
One thing I wanted to clarify, when we went through the budget process, I budgeted about 1 million in supplemental paving. And then of course, obviously that's the general fund. And then I had money in the state street aid. And the money in the state street aid ranges, obviously the gas tax, it ranges from $700,000, $800,000, $900,000 that we can use for paving from that. And so the two together was about 1.8, 1.9 million. And then the additional money that Alderman Cunningham has mentioned is the money that we received from Anderson Park and the money that we received from the developers for Durham Farms. Now, the money for Durham Farms, that is going towards the roundabout at the entrance to Durham Farms. And I did not have the intention of spending that on paving. It was earmarked for the roundabout. The Anderson Park, I have to go back and look at the ordinance that appropriated that. I can't remember. Maybe that might have been appropriated for paving. I just can't. I can't remember off the top of my head. But regardless, whether it's 1.9 or 2.8 or whatever it may be, I'm gonna attempt to spend every penny I can during the fiscal year. Now, historically, in the fall of every year, we have not really paved, and that is because our general fund has not had the balance to be able to pave. We've had to wait until the spring and try to spend every dollar in the spring after we collect property tax. Now, what Rogers Group has allowed us to do is pave pave some in the fall, make the minimum payments on those invoices until we collect all our property tax and then make the final payment. So that, looking at what we've done, we've done more now than we have historically, but it's still, maybe not enough, but my attempt is to spend everything we can.
Okay.
Now in June.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that we're moving money, that we have a plan to spend the money, and that we aren't just working the plan that we currently have. And what I hear from Marshall is that we're going to increase paving activity in paving. And so I can support that, but I really wasn't going to support some money just being moved into paving and no increase in our plan. Okay.
Alderman Dixon, thank you.
Thank you. You're muted.
Alderman Dixon, thank you. Alderman, we're gonna go to Alderman Peterson. He might have to move to a different microphone. We're having some problems right here. Alderman Peterson.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you're good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to echo the sentiments made by Alderman Roberson about paving. It's the number one complaint I get daily, that there's potholes and the lack of paving. I have a family on La Greta Drive in Ward 2 told me his road hasn't been paved in 24 years. And I don't know why we're turning money back that's designated for paving, but yet our roads aren't getting paved. I support Alderman Roberson, and I would like to see this approved so we can start paving our roads April 1st. Thank you.
Alderman Peterson, thank you. Alderman Collins. I am sitting here. Oh,
Was Alderman Peterson done?
Yes.
Okay. I have a few questions actually. What was the recommendation, Robert, from the auditors that our general fund be 8 million?
Generally speaking, yes. They've not weighed in on what's operational versus just operational versus what some of the other extremities are, but that's correct. You've got the right figure.
And right now we are at 4 million?
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if we added the entire 2.4 million that you predict as are projecting as additional revenue, we still would not be where we need to be, but that's kind of okay because we don't expect to tackle that whole thing in 1 year. What year was the fire hall that we moved money from supplemental paving to cover the fire hall? Was that 2017?
I believe that was fiscal year 18.
It was. Okay.
I believe I could be incorrect, but I'm almost positive.
Okay. Yeah.
You are correct. It was 2018.
Thank you.
Okay.
Just a little before my time, but I think I had that one.
Yeah. So I also want to ask, how much money does it cost? I want for our constituents to know how much money it costs to pave a 12-foot lane.
It's probably a Marshall question.
Mm-hmm.
We estimate about $80,000 per lane mile. That's per 12-foot lane.
Okay, 80,000 per mile. Like Mr. Peterson, I have had a lot of contact with people who say their roads haven't been paved in 24, 25 years. And we all know, everybody thinks their crow is the blackest. We all think our streets are terrible, and we could have fun having a competition about whose streets are the worst and try to put them up against each other. But one of the things that I've seen prior to being on BOMA from the outside looking in is that it seems very easy to take money from supplemental paving and spend it elsewhere when things are tight in the budget. And the paving plan indicates 2.8 million should be spent a year. It appears to me that that basically is being spent this year. And I feel that protecting paving in a long-term way and protecting our ability to stick to the plan of $2.8 million a year is best accomplished by increasing the general fund. I don't feel like not spending this money is voting against paving. I feel like it's protecting our ability to pave consistently, which we have not managed to do in the past. So I am not going to vote to spend this additional money at this time. But if Marshall gets all of this money spent and can do that in a timely manner, that's the wrong word, can do that in time for Rogers Group to be engaged to spend additional funds this year, I am more than willing to discuss this again at that time. But at this time, I personally prefer to allocate the money to leave it towards the general fund. That's it.
Alderman Collins, thank you. Here's what we've got in the queue: Alderman Brown, Campbell, Hayes, and then Skidmore. Alderman Brown, and then Alderman Petrelli.
Within 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. You all will indulge me. I haven't spoke much the last two meetings, but I want to talk about paving a little bit. First of all, I think one thing everybody needs to remember here: Marshall's not the guy that does the paving. Mm-hmm. If you picture Marshall out there at the back of the truck throwing cold patch out, smoothing it out, he's not the guy that does that. He makes the plans and puts the streets out there along with Public Works Committee and planning what's going to happen. Then you have Rogers Group, who I think if you don't realize that now, we're not the only fish in their pond. They pay for a lot of other folks. Thirdly, you have rain, wind, and weather to deal with. You're not going to pave every day in April, and they're not going to pave every day in this city. So remember that. And you know, I'm not making fun of you, Marshall. I'm just saying you're not the guy that does the paving. You do the planning to pave. So all plans are good if they come off as planned. Everybody on the screen that I'm talking to right now has had plans before and made plans either personally or in this government setting that has not come off the way we planned. This year, certainly, this past year, certainly did not come off the way any of us planned. Vacations did not come off the way you planned. Family gatherings did not come off the way you planned. Paving didn't come off the way we planned. Trash certainly hasn't come off the way we planned. So I'm sorry, Arlene, I saw that, but it's true. It hadn't. So anyway, plans are good if they come off perfectly, and they don't. So we can make all the plans we want and hope and pray and work in that direction that everything works. A lot of times it doesn't work. So I will tell you that, you know, last year we never spent all of our money. The year before, we didn't spend all of our money. And the year before that, we had a little over $100,000 left over. So I don't really understand why sales tax is up, but I think that's a wonderful thing. I think people are spending money here. They're eating here. I know I am. So, and especially during a pandemic, it's up astronomically up. I've served since 2004 with a 2-year break, but ever since 2004, the comptroller has warned us about our general fund. In the past few years, he's even warned us stronger about our general fund. So, and we've discussed all that already. So I don't want to beat that horse too hard. I just want everybody to understand, and I think you do, that the best laid plans of man, I don't know what that cliche is now, but sometimes they don't work. And I would tell you, Marshall, and Mark and whoever's on the Public Works Committee there, Eddie, Mayor, if we can spend $2 million by the end of May, I'll be one to sign off on as a sponsor to spend more money. I will be one of them to sign off. I've said that all along. I think Ms. Cunningham and in her discussion in committee and here tonight is right on target. I just don't think we need to spend a lot of money that we don't know that we can spend. We don't know that we can spend. We can appropriate it, and it's still sitting there. So next year we got $600,000-$700,000 still sitting there. Okay, that being said, I've asked, I sent some pictures to Tina today. Tina, are you alive and well and hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you put just the pictures up at this time, please?
Yes, sir. Those pictures are going to be individual. Did you want to start with the parks or the PD?
Let's go with parks. Or whatever you can get up. Okay. I'm going to show you some pictures. I'm going to discuss it with you. Then I'm going to offer you something. This area right here, I think most of you know, if you've been through our parks, and I'm going to assume that you have, is the area right behind the parking lot, right behind our tennis courts. I don't know that I need to say any more. That is the parking lot right behind our tennis courts. That's where people pull in and park. They go to Kids Kingdom. They go to the tennis courts. And if you'll notice, we have a little bit of a drainage issue there as well. Next one, Tina, please. Uh-oh. Can you give the next picture? There we go. Same picture. Can we roll to the next one? So I know you're trying. Anyway, while she's looking for that's the area right behind our tennis courts. We have talked about that for quite a long time. Okay, see this here? This is right behind the tennis courts also. It's part of that parking lot. It's another piece of that parking lot. You can see water standing in it. Can we go to the next one, Tina? I think I sent you 3 on this lot.
Actually, no, sir. There was 2 for parks and 4 for PD.
Okay, maybe it was just 2 for parks. All right, let's go to the PD. I'm going to show you now is the parking lot in front of our police department. And I hope most of you have been on it. Okay, if we can you can just keep rolling through them and leave them there about 5 to 10 seconds. This is at the PD. I served on the Public Safety Committee for 6 years. And for 6 years, we talked about paving the police department parking lot. So you can go to the next one, Tina, please.
Those were the 4 you sent for the police department.
Okay, I see 1. I've only seen 1 come up.
Is it not rotating on your screen like it is on mine?
All I can see is the 1 major crack in the asphalt.
Gotcha. I'll have to do these individually then. Stand by.
Anybody else see anything different? We all look at the same thing. Okay. I think that's a pretty good example. If she can get the rest of them up, I appreciate it. But here you go. That's the police department parking lot. That's called worn out. Black gravel basically is what that boils down to. And that's the entire parking lot. Pretty well looks like that. So there you go. There's another picture of the police parking lot. If you go over there and look at it, you can actually reach your hand out and pick that up, and it's black gravel. It's no longer a parking lot. It has no stripes on it. Can't see it. You know, I would think that there's another. Well, it's got a stripe on it, but it's not a very good stripe. It's pretty well wore out as well. So anyway, that's the examples I want to show you. So if you could go back to the very first parks picture. That would be the very first one you showed me with the big puddle in it. I would appreciate it. Now, I know Alderman Collins, I believe, asked this question 2 weeks ago. I think it was her. If I'm wrong, I'm sorry. Somebody asked this question, and the mayor a while ago used the word deteriorate rapidly. And I wrote that down because I wanted to reiterate what deteriorate rapidly is. 5 years ago, I believe we had a bid to do the police department parking lot before it got in this shape. At that time, it did not need milled. And it just needed a coating put on it and restriped and a little bit of work done to it. At this time, it does need milled. It's pretty obviously it needs milled down and completely redone. The most recent bid on that is $93,000. So you go from $55,000 to $93,000, and as it continues to deteriorate, it probably won't go a whole lot more because it's just going to be down to gravel all over. Okay. So to answer that question, and I think it was Rachel's, over a period of time, yes, it gets worse. Yes, it costs more money. Now, the other thing I would tell you now, I'm talking about city assets. We own this. We own all the streets we're talking about. I'd love to have $15 million in our own paving company. We have lots of paving that need to be done. But this particular picture you're looking at right now is traveled on every single day by people going to the dog park, people going to the tennis courts, people coming in, going to Mary's Magical, or not Mary's Magical Place, but the park, Kids Kingdom, I'm sorry. So, and that's a pretty deep hole. I actually run through that today. These are my tire marks here, so you can see that I tested how deep the hole was, and it's pretty good. Now, here's what I'm telling you. I believe that we need to spend more money on park or paving. Absolutely. I believe that $2 million is going to be very difficult to spend by the end of the year. And if we can spend that, I'll be one of the first ones to sign on to come back and spend more money. But right now you're looking at a police department lot of about 93,000 and the tennis court parking lot here, which encompasses the frontage road that goes all the way up to Cherokee, and fixing this drainage issues about $96,000. But I want to read you something, and then I'm going to offer you something else. This is minutes from the November 20th, 2019 Public Works meeting. Since a motion was made by Robertson for discussion, and the motion was seconded, and this is on resurfacing the tennis courts in the parking lot. Marshall Boyd explained that he had received an estimate to repave the parking lot behind the tennis courts, including the access road and the road to Cherokee Road. The assessment also included the drainage repairs. The estimated cost of the entire project would be about $96,000. The committee started discussing the importance of making sure that the city-owned properties, such as the parks parking lots or the police department parking lots, are prioritized. The city has not paved a city-owned parking lot in several years, and it is starting to show drastically. I just showed you what drastically was a second ago. And may I add, before I go any farther, if you will go look at Mr. Gilly's parking lots over on by the backside of Drake Creek, you will find they are just about as bad as the one as the tennis courts. As a matter of fact, if you go over there, you will find about a 20 by 40 patch on one of them. Well, anyway, the committee started to discuss possible ways to include city-owned properties in the budget. Mr. Gilly brought up that maybe he needed to add it to his budget as a project like he has done with the park lights. It was also suggested that if there is any money left in supplemental paving at the end of the year, it is put into an account strictly for paving city properties. I want to read that sentence again because I don't want you to miss it. It was suggested that if there's any money left in supplemental paving at the end of the year, it is put into an account strictly for paving city properties, or you can put the word asset in there if you'd like. A motion was made by Mr. Skidmore for the Public Works Department to find out how much money will be left out of the supplemental paving line item. If the city has money left over from all the paving project it has completed for the year, then the leftover money will then go towards paving the tennis court parking lot. I'll read that again. If the city has money left over from all the paving projects it has completed this year, then the leftover money will then go towards paving the tennis court parking lot. If there is no more money left in the supplemental paving line item at the end of the year, then the Public Works Committee will put it in the upcoming budget as a special project. The Public Works Committee would like the projected paving date to be June of 2020. The motion was seconded by Mr. Robertson, and the motion passed unanimously, and Mr. Campbell was the last person to vote on that. I think I have made my case. I don't know that I can make much more of a case, but I showed you the parking lots. They're in terrible condition. They are city assets. Our Public Work Committee agreed on November the 20th, 26, 2019, that we should pave the tennis courts parking lot and the police department parking lot if we had money left over in our line item. We've had money left over the past 3 years, and I know COVID caused some of that to be left over, but the fact is it was left over. Well over these two items here. So I agree that asphalt deteriorates rapidly. I agree that every road in this city needs paved except the ones we paved in the past few years. The word priority was used by one of you a while ago. I wrote that down. I also read that the Public Works Committee said this should be a priority. I heard my partner over here in Ward 4 talking about a plan a while ago. We discussed that early on, that sometimes plans don't work well, but the plan was to pave these parking lots in November of 2019 with excess money. I also heard that we have not been able to pave in the fall because our general fund balance was too low. Well, it's never going to rise if we pull 500,000, 600,000, 700,000 out of it, unless we need it. And I'm all for pulling it out if we can get there. So I'm going to tell you, I'm going to make an amendment to the ordinance 2021-04. I'm going to let you discuss it and vote on it. Here would be my amendment. In section 1, at the bottom of the page, I would like that to say to be 100 to the Public Works is increased by $190,000 to be used only to pave the police department and the tennis court parking lot ASAP before this paving year is over. That's my total amendment. I want to spend 190,000 instead of 500,000 and get these two things prioritized that we said we would prioritize and get the assets of the city protected.
Alderman Brown, are you reducing the total amount from 500,000 to just 190?
Yes, sir.
We have a motion.
I'll second that.
And a second from Alderman Cunningham. We got a couple people with hands up. I'm going to go ahead and follow the people who are in the queue, and then I'm going to speak here in a few minutes. Alderman Campbell.
I could defer to
and then Alderman Skidmore.
I was going to say, I'd like to allow Alderman Skidmore to speak first. He's been up a while, and I saw him moving his hand earlier. And so I'd like to defer to the chairman of Public Works to let him cheat.
Thank you. We'll come back to you. Alderman Skidmore, go ahead.
Well, thank you. Probably was actually a good thing that I've been sitting here for probably 30 minutes. And, you know, most people like just really just fume and get bent out of shape. But for me, it was so, I commend you, Mayor Clary, for not calling on me, because it probably would have been the worst thing for this meeting this evening. Since we've broken a record, no one's been yelling at each other, but I probably would have yelled, because you know how passionate I am about paving. Because I have to say this, and I'm not, you know, patting myself on the back, but I don't know of another alderman on here that I haven't done it in the last couple of weeks because of things here at the house that I've been trying to get, and at the hospital trying to get things happening with my family. So I can't say that I have done this in the past probably 2.5 to 3 weeks, but I can guarantee you that you look back that I have been into every district, every ward in this town every day, probably since, you know, before Christmas or a little bit, and then after the election, I started the very next day. I was out in Ward 5 after the campaigns had all subsided and the elections were over. I start from day one. I went back out. You all need to stop and think what you're doing and what you're saying. I have been looking at paving for years in this town. I have advocated paving for years in this town. Not only me, but former aldermen that had sat on this board and the aldermen that have been elected lately on this board that have campaigned for asphalt in their district. And I'm proud of that fact. We've started a movement in this town about paving the streets. And make no mistake, I am telling you, make no mistake that our roads are in deplorable conditions in this city. They are. I see it every day. Every day I see it. So when people say, who am I responsible? I don't, believe it or not, I don't go and blame you or the board. I just say which is true. We're working on trying to get more money for paving. That's the truth. There's no, well, it's so-and-so's fault because he didn't vote for this, or it's so-and-so's fault that she didn't vote for this. I don't play that. I just say we're looking and we're seeking solutions on trying to do that, trying to resolve this issue. We are on our way. This has nothing to do, and think about what I'm saying here. This has nothing to do whether you're physically conservative or not. It's paving that people need in this community. I've been on roads in this town that you literally could throw a fishing pole out there and go fishing in the potholes that are out there. And I'm not joking. That's how deep they are. We need to resolve this issue. $100,000 is not going to do it. I would say the $500,000 that we're even talking about now is not going to resolve all the issues, but it will make a dent in the paving of this town. A lot of you have said this evening that some of these streets hadn't been paved, and I lived here 20 years. Well, guess what? They're right. That's the truth. And so when I go over there, I go, we'll put it on the list. We'll put it on the list. And when we put it on the list, then another street pops up. It gets paved. And this street that's 20 years old that has never been touched, never sees the light of day. It's another year and then another year. We've got to stop this mentality, people. I mean, we really do. I could sit here and criticize some of the aldermen that I'm serving with right now, but I'm not going to do it. You can criticize me too, because I feel responsible, because at times when I go talk to these people, I've allowed this to happen and not say anything about it. But I couldn't help it. You can't help it. It's the way we budget our money towards paving. Like Alderman Brown, you said something tonight that I need to correct. We're scheduled on our spring paving to pave the back parking lot at the tennis court. You mentioned in a committee minutes meeting that it was November 19th of the Public Works Committee. Well, man, guess what? How soon we forget. If you go back and research, that's when COVID started, man. That is, and I'm not blaming everything on COVID, but it sure did stop a lot of things we were doing in this community when it came to public works issues. So what we need to do is real simple. The most simplest thing in the world that we haven't done, and that is pave the roads of Hendersonville. you've got a great opportunity to put in additional money into paving. The man has said, who is our public works director, and I rely on him, you rely on him, we all rely on him, not just aldermen, but the people of Hendersonville says, yeah, I think I can do it. But so what if he can't? At least he tried. We've all been trying. Let's commit to the people that what we've said, and that is we'll pave your road for you. It's their money. It's not mine. It's not my money at all, except as a taxpayer. But it's time to do this. Instead of sitting here going back and forth saying, oh yeah, during election time, I'm committed to the roads. And then when the election's over and you win, well, you know, we need to put this in general fund, or we need to put it somewhere else. There is where our problem is, identifying with the community where we're living. We've got to start paving these roads, because they're not just going to be miraculously paved. It's up to us to do what we say we're going to do. That's the problem with our country. They get out there and say all these things they're going to do, and they don't do it. I don't want us to fall in that same position. I've been working with you guys for what, 20 something years? And it breaks my heart when I go into your own ward and I have to sit there and say, well, so-and-so we've tried, but we've had to put the money elsewhere because we don't have the money in this area, but we'll be back here next year. What's that make me feel like, or make me look like? A fool. This is just one step. This, whatever it was, 500,000 or whatever, this is just a step on what we need to do as a city, as an alderman, what you need to do. This is not politics. This is not being financially conservative or not. You all know this in your heart. We deal in public works with roads every day. It's time for us to step up. It's time for you to step up in your district and to the people that you represent. Because that's why you're here, because they're looking for you. Your people that you live in are looking for answers. Don't give them empty promises. Give them what they deserve. And you can say, look back and say, well, you know, we supported the mayor's amendment that he put 500,000 in, but we're not through there. We're committed to $2 million this year. And my final thought is this: even if our public works director doesn't make it, even we in public works, we don't make it because of weather or whatever, COVID, we don't make $2 million. We tried it. I'm not going to say any more about this. You all obviously know how I feel about it, and I doggone sure know how your people feel about it. I don't think your constituency will be mad at you if you put $2 million in paving for the city of Hendersonville to pave streets. And if you lose $2 million and say, hey, we didn't get to do this year, at least they'll say, you know what, at least they tried. At least that board tried. They said they were going to do something, and by good, they tried. They, you know, to resurface my street. That's how I feel about it. And you all know that because I scream every year about it. And I don't get mad at you guys. I don't. I really don't, because I understand where you're coming from. But we've got an opportunity right here to do something. And you've got an opportunity to say to the people of Hendersonville, we're trying. And they're going, well, how, you know how it is, guys and girls, or aldermen. You know how it is. They say, well, what are you doing? You say, well, we put $2 million this time. So I encourage each and every one of you to do the right thing tonight, and that is pass this amendment to this ordinance. And let's work together on trying to get these streets paved. And yeah, it may be a drop in the bucket. I don't know. I don't know if anybody does, but at least we're trying. Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate that. And I do, again, thank you for holding off on voting for, or not voting for me, but letting me go, because I probably would have been screaming on some of this stuff. So thank you very much.
Alderman Skidmore, thank you. Alderman Campbell, and then Alderman Petrelli.
I was going to say, Alderman Petrelli has been waving at us on the screen when you were looking down and all kinds of other things. I'll be glad to yield to her as well, because her hand's still not working properly. So if you don't mind, Mayor, I'd just like to let her go ahead and talk. Thank you,
Alderman
sir.
Petrelli, go ahead.
Thank you, Alderman Campbell. I appreciate your kindness. So I am speaking to the amendment from Alderman Brown and the response from Alderman Skidmore. But for me to be able to vote on this, I want to ask some questions of department heads, starting off with Marshall. Marshall, what is your schedule for planning this fall? How many, do you have a plan yet, or are you going to be looking at that for the streets?
We're looking at that now. We haven't identified the list for this fall, but I think I've mentioned this before. Whatever, if there is money appropriated over and above what we have budgeted, in those roads that we identify in the fall, we'll get moved forward.
Okay, so those roads have not been identified yet. No. Okay, thank you, Director Boyd. So. So this is one of the concerns or the issues that I see with paving. Our best season for paving is in the fall. And we are stuck in this cycle of cramming paving in, typically in December for 3 weeks before the weather turns, and then April through June. So a part of paving to be more successful in our city, to get more roads paved successfully, it's not just about money. It's also about planning. We literally should have a 3-year paving plan on a wall somewhere or in a PDF where you know what the milestones are. For instance, in the last 18 months, we paved some streets in Ward 1, which I know Mark and I were very appreciative of. But one of the streets that was adjacent to, right there, contiguous to, was a court, Harbor Court. And that court is literally disintegrating, just like many of the roads in Ward 1. There is no war of roads going on in Hendersonville. But we have to face the reality that where Mark and I live, where Pat lives, where Alderman Peterson, the Walton Ferry, Saunders Ferry Peninsula, the road that I live on is at least 60 years old. My house was built in 1959. So the road is at least 60 years old. It's never been paved one time in the 20 years that I've lived here. And it's a 60-year-old road. So again, we can throw all the money in the world at paving. I've said this analogy before. We could bond $20 million towards paving, but unless we have not only a master plan of what roads we're going to be paving in 6 months, 9 months, 12 months, 18 months, and we have the finances to be prepared to pave in the fall, which is our best time of the year. It's our driest time of the year. It's our hottest time of the year. Great paving weather. And we are never paving in the fall. We always start in December, right when the rains come. Robert, Director Manning, are you available?
Yes, ma'am.
So with the Public Works Department in conjunction with the Finance Department, honestly, paving is clearly a two-department deal. We need both Public Works and our Finance Department working together to create the most success, to utilize the most out of our money and time, the limited time that we have in the year. What would be a good way to make that successful, that we plan ahead fiscally from the Finance Department's perspective? We're planning ahead from a literal planning standpoint on grouping roads together to get the biggest bang for our buck, not leaving off tiny courts or stubs or this and that. But Director Manning, what would be the best way to get paving in the fall for our best weather?
I think for us, it all boils down to communication. That's not to say the communication between our departments isn't there or isn't great as is, but for us, it just becomes that much more important to be on daily. And you know, we're certainly willing to do that. I don't want to speak for Marshall, but I'm sure that he would agree. We're certainly willing to do that, but it comes down to a daily communication of how far along are we on each street? How much do we think that costs? And how much is this street going to cost? Where are we with our fund balance? Where are we with, you know, when is this going to be invoiced? When is this going to be due and paid? But it all boils down to maximize fall paving. That's what it's going to take, I think, is just our two departments just being in constant contact and being aware of each other's limitations.
So communication and long-term planning.
Correct.
So if we wanted to be paving in September, when should communication start with you to get that efficiently done? Now?
I would say by June at least, but now is great, but by June at least, once we know how much is in the budget for paving is the final, but now is great for planning the budget. You know, we start that talk in budget process and knowing how much we can depend upon or how much we should count upon spending in the
Sure.
fall.
Well, and the other issue, which I think Alderman Brown mentioned, was that, you know, we essentially have one vendor. There's just not a lot of asphalt vendors out there. It's not like a lawn mowing service where you can put RFP out and you're going to get 100 responses. That vendor, whatever vendor it is, needs to know that we are going to keep them loaded up 8 months out of the year with a constant stream of work so that we don't lose their attention and they go somewhere else because we're deciding what streets are we going to do? Are we going to go this far? Whatever. But I realize that I think we're back to following the pavement management program, but it really, there needs to be so much more long range planning. Paving is not just about money. I can guarantee you, we probably could have squeaked out more miles in paving had we grouped projects closer together. More bang for your buck, per se. So I would greatly encourage Director Boyd to get with Director Manning, and then maybe there even be a joint finance public works meeting where you all look at a 6-month plan, a 12-month plan, 18-month. There has got to be long range planning, not just talking about $500,000 is going to get us this or this and that. We are not, you all are not getting into the details to make this efficiently get more roads paved. You know, the old adage, measure twice, cut once. we've got to get more for our money. But thank you all. Thank you, Pat.
Alderman Petrelli, thank you. Alderman Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Marshall, I just want to say thank you for getting Luna Lane done. I mean, Saunders Ferry Road done from Riverwood all the way around to Luna Lane. That was a little over a mile of asphalt. And I think that was around $90,000, that particular project, just to give people an idea as to the road length and what it cost. I mean, I'm one of those people that say, yeah, let's just take it right on down to Main Street, though. That would have been better.
Well
but I'm all,
said.
you know, that's
Paving
a
is
little later on down the road.
paving.
Some of you need to calm your mics off there. You're
Money.
leading in here. But anyways, speaking of long-term planning and forecasting, I know I saw an email I thought from Mayor Clary talking about on the last, we started talking about paving. He had a list formulated or populated a list of roads that possibly could be paved. So I was wondering if that list came from talking with Marshall and Trace, working with them, or if that was one that the mayor formulated himself. I'm not sure, but I do recall seeing a month or two ago talking about additional paving that could happen if we voted a certain way a few months ago, later on a list that I saw out there. I was just curious, Marshall, have you started the list for the spring paving? Have one right now for Roger's looking at to give you pricing on paving right now?
Yes, we have the spring list identified already. Rogers Group has that, and we have a few roads left over from the fall that we're still going to finish. And what we're working on now that we have not identified is the fall 2021 list.
Well, the spring list, what is the amount of funding that we have spent so far on paper? Do we know the dollar amount so far that we've spent?
We haven't spent, like I mentioned.
I know we haven't spent it, but what is the projected?
Well, looking at the budget, I think it was, we originally budgeted 1.8, 1.9 million for this fiscal year. And we, plan to spend every penny of that on either paving or rehabilitation.
Yes.
Later on, but I can't remember the exact numbers for the spring list, but it's what was ever, I believe it was about $600,000 that we had to go for the spring.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get to, the amount of money we still have left over for supplemental paving and state street aid and everything to actually pave in the spring. So when Rogers Group comes along and says, all right, we're ready to go, we can hit the ground running. So right now we're just looking at $500,000, $600,000 to spend.
No, it's much more than that.
That's what I'm trying to get at. How much are we looking at total and how much will be left over?
I want to say probably a little over $1 million, maybe a little bit more than that, 1.1 million that we have left to spend.
So are we working right now trying to come up with a list to add on that 500,000 you said we have right now? We not come up with another 500,000 in roads? I mean, I can show you some roads right now. I can drive you through Ward 1 and 2 and load you right up.
Right. I believe the roads we've identified in the parking lots will take us through this fiscal year. And of course, if it doesn't, we'll add to that. But I believe we've accounted for the money to be spent this fiscal year on roads and parking lots.
Okay. All right. Well, that's one of some of them. I'm just listening to the conversation. I just want to make sure that everybody's on the same page about spending money, because I know we carried over money and we have not encumbered money. We did use money to finish up a fire hall. It was at the time when there was the building boom started in Nashville, and since it took over a year to the fire hall up and running, we did have to take bonded money from paving and put it into finishing out a fire hall, which, unfortunate, the information we were given from our finance director at that time is what we had to do based on state comptroller telling us, no, you had to fully fund the fire hall. So that's just part of the process. While we robbed bond issue from for paving and put it into the fire hall to finish that up, because it was just a signed contract. We had to take care of that. Just to fill in people on that particular issue who might not have been on board, might not have been aware of all the issues related to the fire hall and supplemental paving back in 2018. So anyways, just spend all that money, buddy. I'm all for you. You know me. Hey, I'm Skidmore. You know me. I'm all for spending money on paving, man. I've been Public Works with you for 6 years and voted to do the parking lots just like Alderman Brown said. And I mean, let's just get it lined up and get it ready to go. So when it is good weather, we can knock some stuff out of the park. Thank you.
Alderman Campbell, thank you. Alderman Waters.
You're on. Thank you, Mayor. This has been exciting, hasn't it? Could I get the lady to pull up the fourth picture that Alderman Brown was talking about a while ago? I think it's the last one. It wasn't down at the Veterans Park. I think it was in the police department's parking lot. Could I see that again?
Yes, sir. One moment.
Is that it?
No, it wasn't that one.
Jim?
Yeah, I'll take that one. Boy, after hearing Mark a while ago, I'm just, thank you, boy. I appreciate what you said and everything. You're right on target. I served with Mark and Marshall for a term. I tell you, this is a hard thing to swallow, but I'm going to say it. And I love every one of you. My last term, and I ain't going away with bad feelings, okay? But what did we hear the most at this last election? Early voting or anywhere, especially early voting. What did we hear the most? They come up and say this, they come up and say that. Does anybody recall paving and CA? That's the two things that they wore me out on, and especially paving. They didn't say a thing in the world about a parking lot. Now, the reason I want to see that picture there, I want you to compare that parking lot picture to streets in Ward 6, Glen Oaks, and Alexander Place. They look just like that right there. They call me every week or every 2 weeks. When are we going to do something about Glen Oaks? And we've done some work in Glen Oaks, but not the major part. We've got some work to do. Alexander Place. I urge you to go over there and check Alexander Place, Victoria Lane, and just see if they don't compare to something like that on the wall. I just cannot believe, excuse me, that we're sitting here talking about voting to pave a parking lot with all the paving that we need to do to our streets here in every ward, not just Ward 6, but every ward. And I feel sorry for Ward 1. They have gone through a rough time. But I encourage you, please, let's vote for this ordinance here tonight, because the people expect us to do what we said we was going to do. My promise was to pave roads. I didn't promise nobody I was going to pave the police department's parking lot or the tennis court. Come on, let's do what we were sent here to do and quit trying to put this money aside. I'm really disgusted, but I'm going to hold it down to a thank you, ma'am, and all that stuff. But let's vote on this ordinance tonight, and let's move on like we promised our people would do. I yield back, Mayor.
Alderman Waters, thank you. Alderman Cunningham, help me a little bit. There's been a couple of questions about the numbers you gave for the past couple of years with the paving budgets. Were you using numbers from the amended budget?
Okay, and please bear with me. I have to remember. I don't have them written down. There was $1 million, and Robert, correct me if I'm wrong, okay? There was $1 million in supplemental paving, and I believe this is the amended budget, Mr. Mayor, yes.
So what year are you talking about there?
The current year?
The current fiscal year?
Yes, sir. Mhm.
Okay, so there's $1 million left. Okay, what about
No, no. There was $1 million. I mean, there was a total of $2.8 million total in paving, but from 3 different sources.
So what about just from the 2 that we can actually use? Because one of those sources we can't
Okay.
use that money.
The 1 million was supplemental paving. And I believe the gas tax was around $1 million. Robert, correct me if I'm wrong. And then the developer fund was around 800,000.
Can we use the developer fund for roads that are on the top of our list, or the roads that Trace and Marshall feel are on top of the list? Can we use that money?
Not necessarily.
Thank you.
Some of that money has to be devoted to certain projects. Like someone mentioned the Durham Farms roundabout, that has to be reserved for that. The Anderson Park, I believe we can use that for any fund, any road in that area. And then I'm not sure of the makeup of the other balance on that 800,000.
So really it's just those 2 funds that we anticipate spending down to zero. It's not the developer funds, right?
Well, I mean, we could conceivably spend the other, some of the other funds down to zero if we had the money.
Have we ever done that?
I have no idea.
You don't know if we've ever, you're suggesting
the
that
$2 million, the $2 million is what we have, to spend. And out of that, based on the finance director's numbers, out of 2 million, we've spent about 785,000.
Okay. Now, in the previous fiscal year, you mentioned some numbers. Was that from the amended budget?
Well, that was from the budget, from the final budget. Yeah. Mhm.
Well, the final budget and amended budgets are 2 different things. Was it the final budget or the amended budget?
What's the difference between the final budget and the amended budget?
The final budget is what we pass typically in May or June. The amended budget is what happens to the budget as we go through the fiscal year.
I don't know. I don't have the answer to that question.
So you don't know if your numbers are final budget or amended budget?
Robert?
Well,
I got these from our finance. I got these from our finance director.
Okay.
They're from the amended budget.
Okay. So let me ask you, I appreciate that, Robert. So the fiscal year last year, you mentioned that we had how much money left over?
700,000.
Okay. Alderman Cunningham, is that the number you gave? We had 700,000. I think you gave a higher number.
No, I did not. I said that we budgeted 3.3 and we spent 2.6.
Okay.
So that's about that 700,000.
Do you know why we had that 700,000 unspent?
Well, part of it was because we halted a lot of projects in May timeframe because of the COVID.
So would it be accurate?
And I explained that.
Okay. Would it be accurate to say that last year our public works director spent every penny that the interim city administrator allowed him to spend from the paving budgets?
I mean, I don't know what you're trying to point out. I already pointed that out, Mayor.
I don't think you said that he did spend every penny.
No, I said that it wasn't spent, and I explained the reason, part of the reason why it wasn't spent due to the COVID and the cash flow, and I mentioned several times about the uncertainty of the COVID pandemic that we're in the middle of, and we did not know the effect that it would have on our one of our main revenue streams, which was our sales tax. So we were trying to play it safe and try to sit back to see so that we wouldn't jeopardize our funding for anything that we had, paying bills, operating costs, and that sort of thing.
Well,
And
help me
that
out here. Was it our public works director's decision not to spend that money, or was it our city administrator's decision not to spend that money?
That was our city administrator's decision
Appreciate
to not spend that money because, that was his, he was taking that directive from our city administrator.
Yeah. I think what we have here,
that was because of the uncertainty of the time.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think we have here is we have some other things I think we're also forgetting is that our public works director has only been the public works director for less than a year. We had a previous public works director that was responsible for paving, and in the years that I was here, while he was here, he didn't spend the money. That was an issue
Mayor,
that
I would caution you.
I'm going to go ahead.
As Vice Mayor, I would caution you about speaking about former employees who we have already had legal contact with. Do not do it.
I'm going to go ahead. That was something that I brought to the board, and it's something that I brought to his attention. And he chose not to spend that money. We have a public works director now that is absolutely committed to spending that money on fixing our roads. Several of us on the board have called the public works department frequently about roads that need to be paved. He is absolutely committed to that. I think to bring up numbers from 3 years ago and 2 years ago and last year, I don't think gives an adequate picture of his commitment and our public works department's commitment to paving the roads. I also don't see the harm in adding $500,000 into the budget. And if he can't get to that, if our public works staff can't get to that, if there's a problem with an unforeseen situation, if there's a problem with Rogers Group and that money can't be spent, there's no loss. Once we put it in the paving budget, if we don't spend it, it goes back to the general fund. There's no loss. I don't see the harm in moving this money over and challenging our public works staff to do exactly what our public works director has committed to doing here. I don't see the harm in that at all. In fact, I only see benefits. I only see benefits in the fact that we are showing the citizens of Hendersonville that we are responding to what their most important issue has been, or one of the two most important issues. We're showing that we're being responsive to them and we're being accountable to them. I don't see the harm in that. I don't see the harm in putting additional money in there and going ahead and challenging him to do what he committed to do. And that's to spend that money and to fix our roads. So we
Mayor,
have.
I was not trying to point fault.
I'm sorry, Alderman Cunningham.
I really truly was not pointing fault. I was just giving a history of, of previous years of the money spent. And believe me, I was not pointing fault to our public works director or our public works committee or any of the people involved in that whole situation.
Okay. Thank you, Alderman Cunningham. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Mayor.
We have a motion on the table to reduce the total amount from $500,000 to $190,000 and use that money only for the police department parking lot and for the tennis court parking lot. Did I repeat that correctly, Alderman Brown?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and we have a second. Who seconded that? Annette, can you help with
Cunningham.
I did for the purpose of discussion. Yes.
Okay. Alderman Petrelli, your hand went up just there. I think that Alderman Edwards would like to come back as well. Alderman Edwards. Gotcha. Alderman Petrelli.
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to speak on the main, but since we're talking about this amendment, I don't want to get too more complicated with it, but I would either like to add to this amendment or after this amendment, depending on how it goes, designating that we literally have a 6, 12, 18, 24, 36-month paving plan. We can no longer be blaming former employees, putting current employees in weird positions, getting paving lists where the roads change every time we get a new email about it. We really need a direct plan of action that we start looking at 6, 12, 18, 24, 36, really 6 months to 3 month increments to get to successfully be getting our roads paved. We've got to be able to tell our constituents what roads are being paved. When we make a post and say these roads are being paved, and then we come back 2 months later or receive an email 2 months later, and then all the roads have changed, there's no way for us to justify that to our constituents. So I'm going to ask the maker of the amendment not to cloudy it up, but I just ask that the public works director in conjunction with the finance director have a strategy over the next 3 years in 3-month increments of how exactly we are going to get this paving done, not just streets, but what dates for RFPs if you need to do it, if you need to look at other vendors, grouping roads in a way that we get the most bang for our buck. So that's my amendment, is that aldermen have a plan, receive a plan from Public Works and the Finance Department within the next month for the 3, 6, 12-month plan for this year. And then you can continue going forward. That's my amendment to the amendment. And if you don't want me to tag it on there, I'm going to bring it up again after this amendment. It has no bearing on the finances at all. It's just making sure that we have a cohesive paving plan of action, because we're really running in the dark. None of us know on any given day what roads are going to get paved or not.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Alderman Charlie, are you making an amendment to the amendment, or are you just asking that I recognize you after we dispose of this one?
No, I'm making an amendment to the amendment right now. If the amendment fails, I'm asking to come right back to the main, and I'm going to make the exact same amendment.
Okay, so tell me again what you would like.
I'd like to have a paving plan of action with the Finance and Public Works Department, that they have a 3, 6, 9, 12 plan that's presented to us in a month, and from there out, go forward, planning out to 36 months. We must have this planned out so that we can properly budget for this in the future, and also group roads in a way that are most advantageous to our vendor to get more paving done for what we're paying. Thank you.
So we have a motion from Alderman Petrelli and a second from Alderman Hayes. Is that correct, Alderman Hayes? I appreciate that. Real quick comment on that is I feel this is micromanaging. We need to let the public works staff do their job. At any given time, we can ask them what the next roads are that are going to be paved, and they're able to provide that. We had a plan several years ago with a study that was done, and the board refused to fund that. So I don't really want them to spend more time putting together plans that we have no guarantee that they would fund. And keep in mind, there are consequences to this. When we have the board, when we have our staff spend time putting together plans like this, that is time that they're not spending working on other projects. It means that they aren't spending time fixing the roads, filling potholes, fixing sidewalks, picking up litter, fixing guardrails. When we put our staff to work on projects such as this, it means they're not working on projects that have greater consequence.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, quite frankly, if we're paving roads, this is something that should be happening anyway. It's really not micromanaging. It should be happening anyway. And what I'm simply asking for is, what is the short and long-term planning goals? That really shouldn't be that complicated with the amount of money that we're spending. I mean, I don't know if I'm the only one, but I receive emails saying these roads are going to get paved, and then a month or two later, I get half of the same list, and then other roads don't get paved or do get paved. I mean, Marshall is or should be doing this anyway. It really shouldn't be that much work.
Alderman Robertson, do you want to speak on this?
Thank you, Vice Mayor Petrelli, for this motion. But in order to have a paving plan that goes out 3 years, then the staff needs to have a parameter of how much to budget to that plan. For example, it would be hard for the staff to plan 3 years out if they don't know or have some assurance that X amount is going to be budgeted for paving. Now, if we tell them that we're going to make a commitment to spend $2 million a year in supplemental paving, then they can make projections on what roads to pave per year, short term and long term, based on a revenue stream. I mean, you can't make a 3-year plan. I think the communists tried this without having some type of budgetary parameters to make a plan. So are you willing to put in to your motion a dollar amount that the staff can use as a baseline to pave, to come up with the projections of the short term and up to 3 years?
Alderman Roberson, did you really just compare me to a communist?
No, I'm saying that in order to have a plan. No, I
Well,
didn't
okay,
say
well,
that at all.
here's an idea for a plan. We have the last 3 budget years. You could take the average of those years to project the thing. I mean, you guys are making this more difficult than what it is. Also, I'm asking for is accountability from our public works department. How can we fund paving? If we want to do more paving every year, we need to plan ahead now for that money. Just like
I'll support the motion. I'll support your motion if you'll just give a parameter of how much staff can use to make its projections of how many roads to pave. I mean, it seems to me
we
that
have
it needs that element.
we have a $250,000 pavement management program that we paid for in 2016. It really should be as simple as connect the dots because we already have that document. So it really shouldn't take that much work to put that together. Director Manning, how much time and money do you
Alderman
think
Robertson still has the floor.
I don't know how I could put together a plan if I didn't base the plan on some assumption of how much money that I'm going to be able to use to make that plan. That's all I'm asking. So, can we come up with a 1.5 million supplemental or 2 million? That way, I think the staff can put together a better plan that's based on complete assumptions.
Robert, could you put together statistics, basically just basic baseline statistics of parameters for Marshall so that he could put together a pavement projection?
I feel comfortable that I can do that, yes.
I don't want to add to your workload.
Like you said, it's something I should be doing anyways.
Does that satisfy your question, Alderman Roberson?
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I just think that that's a key element to put together a plan. You have to base it on some kind of revenue projections. So if the finance director comes up with 1.5 million supplemental paving to do the plan, then I would assume that we're going to stick with that plan unless COVID, unless a pandemic hits us again.
Correct.
So that's all. I'm all for planning. This will be difficult for the staff to do, I think, but I think it's a worthy effort, and I'll support that amendment.
Alderman Robertson, thank you. Alderman Brown.
Thanks, Mayor. I think we have that figure already. And we were given that when that study was done several years ago, 3 years ago, I think, 2.8, 3.2 million. And again, we've projected that money and we have budgeted that money a couple times, but we haven't been able to hold that goal. So I think we have that 2.8, 3.2 million is what we need to do to stay ahead and probably add more to it if we possibly could do that if our revenues come up. Thank you.
Alderman Brown, thank you. Alderman Collins.
Sorry about that. This whole conversation has been somewhat frustrating for me because I've heard all of this talk about taking the politics out of paving. They are clearly not removed from paving. I think it would be really helpful to have a list of streets that are prioritized, even if it's within ranges. And I think that's what Alderman Petrelli is asking for, because I have received multiple lists and they somewhat resemble each other. And then I will tell someone, your street is probably coming up in the next year, depending on funding. And then I get another list and their street's not on there at all. And I don't think it's unreasonable to say, you're the expert, you know the difference between what's going to need milled and what's not, and da 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 da. Prioritize things for us. And frankly, I think you would be more likely to get funding if we knew, if we stop at this dollar, this is the street that doesn't get paved. It makes it real for people. You are telling the people in this neighborhood that they have to wait another however long. And I mean, I don't understand why that's a really big ask. I just don't. So I'm going to support Alderman Petrelli's amendment.
Alderman Collins, thank you. Alderman Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I was going to say the paving study did give us a 5-year program, and it was $2.8 to $3.2 million over a 5-year period of each year. And they said, hey, if you could spend, the more you can spend, the better you're going to be. And we did struggle to get to $2.8 million. And we did build a fire hall in there, which took the bonding money out of there. But we shouldn't bond paving, in my opinion. We need to always budget that in our budget, have it built into it. And yes, we need to work on putting money into our rainy day fund, if you want to call it that. But I do think we need to come up with a list, because as Alderman Collins was just saying, it seems like you have one list one day and next week we have a different list. We have moving targets here, and we need to tighten it up a little bit and say, hey, and I've often said, I think that Alderman, you know your neighborhood, your board better than I do. Yes, our Public Works Committee, our Public Works Department needs to come up with a list, but why don't each alderman turn in 2 roads from their ward and say, hey, we really need to address this road? And staff could sit down and look at their, drive the road with the alderman. Well, like I've done with Marshall, we've gone out and drove roads and traced before in the past, looked at ditches and road quality, and said, yeah, we need to get this on the list. So why can't we do that with every alderman, that they could turn in a road and say, La Greta, if we need to get La Greta done, or Elnora, or any of the streets you pick. It's your neighborhood, your ward. You tell us, in addition to the ones that staff already have on their radar to go out and do. And we all know that we can also use some of the stormwater drainage money. If we have a road that has curbs and gutters and does not have the proper pitch, it can be remilled and paved to give it the proper pitch. So you can use a little of that money to do some of those repairs as well. So I agree with Alderman Petrelli. I will support her amendment as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Campbell. Just a couple months ago, gosh, not even 2 months ago, I provided such a list after discussions with Marshall and with Trace, and conversations from Public Works Committee meetings and from residents. I was told that made things too rigid, that I didn't allow flexibility. So this time I didn't provide a list. Alderman Petrelli.
Thank you, Mayor. The other thing I did want to mention is that, we do have 5-year plans from a majority of our departments, fire, police, parks. And this isn't even an overall 5-year ask on the Public Works Department. I have no idea what the 5-year plan is for Public Works, but this is simply over just our paving management program. And since it is our #1 constituent concern, I don't think it's too much to ask for. So thank you all for your support on that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Petrelli. I see nobody else wishing to speak on this amendment to the amendment. Am I correct, Russ? Okay. All those in favor, Alderman Petrelli, will you restate the motion, please?
Sorry, I'm trying to unmute. So the amendment to Alderman Brown's amendment is that we have a 3, 6, 9, 12, 18, 24, 36 plan, an overall plan on the paving in conjunction with the finance department so that we can start becoming more prepared financially and literally in planning for best efficiency of our money to get more roads paved. And then that way the aldermen also can receive a list that we know months down the line. So if Marshall determines with the vendor and the finance director, okay, this fall we're going to pave these streets. We're not finding out about that the week before paving starts or 2 days after they were paved. We're finding out about that proactively so that we can prepare our constituents and they know. Thank you.
All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Annette calls your name.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
Abstain. It won't work.
Waters,
Abstain.
Clary.
No.
Okay, we have 10 yes, 1 nay, 2 abstentions.
It passes with a majority vote. Now we're back on the amendment as amended, which is to reduce the overall cost from $500,000 to $190,000, and for only the police department parking lot and the tennis court parking lot to be paved with that money. Alderman Edwards?
No, I was going
Okay.
to actually speak on the main
Okay.
ordinance motion.
Okay. I don't see anybody wishing to speak on this item.
Mayor, I got a point of information or
Alderman
just a
Skidmore, go ahead.
question. Thank you. Are we not supposed to pave, correct me, Marshall, if this is wrong, but isn't it scheduled to be paved this spring? The part of the parking lot by the tennis courts?
Yes, sir. The list we sent out for the fall had that at the end of the list. Obviously,
Right.
we didn't get to it, but it is scheduled to be paved this fiscal year.
Okay, so that needs to be,
Leave it in. Oh.
I mean, it's scheduled to be paved. See, this is why what is just passed by this board is not gonna work. I'm telling you. And I mean, I appreciate Alderman Petrelli's voice about the street paving, because she's right. Like most of you all that have said about it's right. It's not gonna work. I'm telling you, it's not gonna work, but that's okay. But remember, when it doesn't work, remember who told you that it didn't work in a couple of years, because it's gonna take for you to understand this. It's gonna take about 2 years, and then you'll see. But that's okay. I mean, the board voted for it, and I, I may abstain for it, but if that's what you want, you're gonna get it. But it's just not gonna work. But here, get back to what Marshall was saying. So how much money do we need to reduce that out of that 100 and whatever that
Point of
amendment?
order, Mayor.
Well, no, we got a question here. Is there?
He asked for a point of information. Point of information is not debatable.
Well, he's actually has the floor to speak. I mean, he's fine.
Right. I mean, it's scheduled to be, yes or no? Is it scheduled to be paved this spring?
Yes.
Yes, it is. So I don't know why we're making my final thought on this, and I'll close. I don't know why we're even debating the subject, because it's scheduled to be resurfaced. But crazier things have happened, man. Thank you.
Alderman Skidmore, thank you. Alderman Brown.
He's muted. Can't hear him.
Alderman Brown, we can't hear you.
You're muted.
Sorry. I have seen 2 or 3 lists, but I have not seen the tennis courts parking lot, or what I talked about a while ago, on any list. So you're telling me Absolutely. And everybody else on this screen right now, that is scheduled to be paid by June the 30th, 2021.
I'll resend the emails, but there's a Memorial Park is the name of the project, but I didn't call it tennis, but Memorial Park, I believe, is also the tennis courts, but that is scheduled to be paved this fiscal year in an amount of $96,000.
Okay.
Thank you, Marshall.
Thank you. Mayor, that being said, I would like to change my amendment and pull that $96,000 out of it, but leave $93,000 in that amendment, exactly the way I worded it a while ago, to pave the police department parking lot by the end of this fiscal year as well.
Okay. The person who made the second was Alderman Cunningham. Do you agree with that?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay. So Alderman Brown, help me understand this. So we're reducing from $500,000 for supplemental paving to $93,000, and that $93,000 has to be used for the police department parking lot only.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other discussion on this amendment? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Annette calls your name.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
No.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson,
No.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
No.
Skidmore,
No.
Waters,
No.
and Clary.
No.
That is 7 yes, 6 no.
Passes with majority vote. Alderman Edwards.
Okay, I may not have anything. So right now, okay, I don't have anything.
Okay, appreciate that. We're back on the main motion. This is first reading ordinance 2021-4. As amended, it reduces to the paving portion of it to $93,000 from $500,000, restricts that $93,000 only for the police department. We also have an amendment in there for a plan to come from the Public Works Department for 3, 6, 9, 12, 18, 24, and 36 months with an amount determined by the Finance Department. Any other discussion? All those in favor of first reading ordinance 2021-04 as amended, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
No.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson,
No.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
No.
Skidmore,
No.
Waters,
No.
Clary,
No.
7 yes, 6 no.
That passes with majority vote. Alderman Edwards, would you like to make a motion about the time for us, please?
Oh, well, it's 10:46. I'd make a motion to go past 11 o'clock.
We have a motion to go past 11 o'clock.
I'll second it.
We have a second from, was that Alderman Hayes?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This requires a 2/3 vote. There's no discussion. Well, there is discussion on this. All those in favor of continuing the meeting past 11 o'clock, hopefully we won't get there, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Annette calls your name.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson,
Aye.
Petrelli,
No.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
Aye.
Waters,
Aye.
Clary.
Aye.
12 yes, 1 no.
That passes with the 2/3 vote required. Next, we have resolution 2021-04. This is a rather resolution authorizing the transfer of $55,000 from the Public Works Department hauling tipping fees line item to the Public Works Department Professional Services. Alderman Skidmore.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion from Alderman Skidmore. I didn't catch who made the second. I'm sorry.
Second, Edie.
Alderman Robertson. I see nobody with their hand up, nobody waving wildly. Nobody tapping me on the shoulder. All those in favor of resolution 2021-04, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Annette calls your name.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson. Could you repeat that?
Oh,
Okay, thanks. Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
aye.
Skidmore,
Aye.
Waters,
Aye.
Clary,
Aye.
13 yes.
That passes unanimously. Annette, please help me out. I believe that we are finished with resolutions and ordinances and resolutions.
Let's see. I think we have
So,
J. Let's see. We have one more resolution, J.
I mentioned earlier that we've withdrawn that
We
one.
withdrew it.
You withdrew. Oh, that's the one you withdrew. Okay, apologies.
No problem. Okay.
So yes.
Item A, I'm going to make a motion that we delay this for 2 weeks.
I'll second that.
We have a motion, a second to put this on the agenda for the next board meeting. Any discussion?
Just one question, Mayor. I know it's in Public Works.
Go ahead.
And you know how I feel about my people there,
Right.
or our people. I apologize for that. That was uncalled for, that I said that. It's our employees. Is there a possibility this can be worked out in 2 weeks, or are you just, thinking that we'll have more time to discuss it in 2 weeks? Do you know?
I'm thinking we'll have more time to discuss it. It's late. We have a couple other items that I feel like are going to come up. Certainly we can discuss it in committee.
Sure. Okay.
If the committee chooses to.
All right. Thank you. We may do that.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Alderman Skidmore.
Thank you, sir.
All those in favor of deferring item A under other agenda items until the next board meeting, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Annette calls your name.
Could I get who seconded that, please?
Alderman Edwards seconded. I made the motion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for asking.
Sure. Okay, Brown? I'm sorry, could you repeat? Brown, I didn't hear you.
Aye.
Thank you. Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson,
aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
No.
Waters,
Aye.
Clary,
Aye.
12 yes, 1 no.
Thank you, Annette. That passes with a majority vote. Next, we have our brief committee reports. Chairman Brown, General Committee. Chairman Brown, we're not hearing you if you intend.
Yeah, well, you're muted, man. There you go.
All right, thank you. General Committee met tonight. We discussed ordinance 2021-06, which is appropriating $38,824 from the general fund. This is concerning the mayoral salary. What we decided to do there was we asked the mayor, along with HR, if he would please put a job description together of what, with the CEO, the CA moving to the COO, what his job looks like now compared to what it was, since most of the daily duties fall on the COO. We asked for that to happen, and we also said that we would like to see this ordinance discussed in general committee and finance committee once a permanent COO is hired and we know what we're paying that person, then we'll be able to discuss the finances of mayoral salary and a little bit better. So once those two things happen, then we will meet as a combined committee and bring this ordinance back for discussion. We passed a resolution amending the personnel rules regarding leave related to probationary employees. We also passed a resolution adopting revised workers' compensation light duty policy for the city of Hendersonville, repealing an old resolution from 2004. We then had a discussion on board liaisons. We took the list that you all had provided back in December with a couple exceptions and made recommendations, and this will be for you to affirm and confirm these recommendations at our next meeting. That's my report. Thank you, Mayor.
Chairman Brown, real quickly, a committee cannot prevent something from coming to the board. The sponsor of that, after it's been to the committee, can bring it up 2 weeks later. A committee cannot do that.
Do what now?
A committee cannot prevent an item from coming to the board.
Well, that's
I appreciate
true.
that.
Okay, I didn't say that.
Okay. Cannot delay something from coming to the board as either.
But you're welcome to bring it to the board if you want to. So
Okay.
We made a motion, we discussed it, we passed it 2-1 that's what the committee advised to do along with the finance committee, but that's just what the committee advised to do.
Appreciate that. Public safety, Chairman Campbell. Alderman Campbell, we can't hear you.
You're muted.
I sure was. It's getting late, I guess. Have to click my little icon there. But anyways, we did meet tonight and we discussed, we had 4 items on our agenda. We did discuss the AFG grant for the fire department, which includes thermal imaging cameras to the tune of $147,000. Air packs, including 140 bottles and 130 masks, which is $592,000, and also some workout equipment to the tune of $17,500. The city's portion of that, which the total amount needed would be $756,790.08. The city, if we get this grant, the city would be looking at 10%. It's a 90-10 grant, $75,000. Let's hope we get that because we were talking about bonding those bottles and air pack system just a few months ago, if you recall. We also had the police department brought forward a resolution 2021-09 for the fallen officer MPO Bristol for his family to attend the national memorial service. It was postponed last year. The money was appropriated in last year's budget, and they still have the funds sitting there that were encumbered. They would like to move those funds forward to allow the family to attend that memorial service this year. They would not delay that this year. So the committee approved that one. And we also discussed the totaled out motorcycle we have from the city of Henderson. We had a wreck with one of our officers had a wreck, and Harley Davidson is working on placing that motorcycle and how much it's going to cost us. There's $16,494 from what I understand. And also talked about the LPR camera update, setting poles off to the side instead of being in the middle of the road. It's going to cost a little bit more money to do that, but it will be much better for our equipment moving forward. And that would be your Public Safety Committee report. Thank you.
Chairman Campbell, thank you. Chairman Skidmore, Public Works.
Yes, thank you. We had a special called meeting this afternoon. We will bring you back a report on that due to the hour this evening. I don't want to, I'd rather just say no report at this time, but we'll come back at our next scheduled meeting and we'll give you back-to-back reports on what happened this afternoon. But nothing major. I mean, if it was major, I'd tell you, but no report at this point.
Chairman Skidmore, thank you. Alderman Peterson, Planning Commission.
Thank you, Mayor. I emailed our report to all the aldermen. Please let me know if you didn't receive it. Thank you.
Alderman Peterson, thank you. Mr. Lamar, City Administrator.
So thank you, Mayor.
Hey, Dave, we can't hear you very well.
And make sure my volume's up here. That good? That better?
There you go.
Okay, volume was down a little bit. A lot of stuff going on in the city. Fire department still running a lot of calls. They're up on calls the last couple of weeks. Police is down a little bit on calls, about the same. Domestics are down quite a bit. Mr. Free, if he's still on board, we'd like to give a brief report, 30-second report, Keith, on that grant, please.
Yeah, Dave, I'll make it less than 30 seconds. We working with the application with all the other entities in Sumner County. We submitted a grant to TDOT for a $200,000 grant, and it was a pretty competitive process, but we were selected last week. And so we have that grant, and with that grant, we will undertake a very detailed study to do a Sumner County active transportation plan. And basically what that is looking at bikeways and walkways to fully connect all throughout all the municipalities and down into the county for Sumner County.
Great. Congratulations. Appreciate your hard work on that.
Thank you.
A couple more things here. John Bradley, Public Works, Robert, all working on Sabley Court buyouts for those houses that got flooded. Public Works doing some concrete work at the fire department in the parks and several other drainage projects. HR personnel is helping the mayor out with the applications. I think we have 5 to date. Applications closed for the COO on Friday at 4 o'clock. Along with that process, anything that I can do to help out, I would be glad to. I offered that to the mayor. If he needs any help in this process, I know there's been some situations in the last 14 months, but I still came on to serve and I'll continue to serve. So I'll leave that where it is. I'd like to see the process go through. I appreciate the mayor taking the item J off the agenda tonight and let the process play out and see how we get applications and see how this pans out. And I can transition out and this person can transition in and we can do it in a very professional way. And I would continue to help during that process. I stand by my decision and my staff's decision back during the pandemic to cut some spending. Tough decision. I'm not going to make any comments about what we had to cut. We had to cut a lot. Every department lost a lot of things and we had to do some things in that pandemic, but I stand by my guns. We didn't lay anybody off. Nobody lost their jobs. Everybody received full paychecks. And so I stand by my guns on that one. Last thing, Parks Department, spring sports start up Monday. The park's going to be blowing and going here in another week or so. Cell Tower Company completing their punch list. Approval for AT&T at Drake's Creek. I'm glad to see that come to fruition. Kimberly Horn was selected to conduct the Parks Master Plan. We can't do another grant cycle without a new master plan. We were a couple of years behind on that one. So we got that process moving forward. Bids were open to volunteer park inline hockey. The bid price came in at 2.8 million. 2.6 was the bond money. 290,000 still left in insurance money combined with some savings. We will be able to get that project done in its entirety. Appreciate Public Works and Marshall and John Bradley and everybody looking at the contracts and the bid prices and stuff. And really glad to see that contract come to fruition. The award letter went out to Olympian Construction Company about the contracts. So they'll be doing the construction of that. So look forward to that. A local company doing the business. I like it. Last thing, and a real positive, Bass Pro Shop selected Hendersonville for one of the 8 sites across the country for the largest amateur fishing tournament in the country this year. 250 boats will be at Saunders Ferry on September 11th for this historic event. It'll also coincide with the fire department 9/11 ceremony, and the Spencer Bristol Memorial Softball Tournament will be held that day also. So 9/11 will be a busy day for Hendersonville, and hopefully have good weather, and the tourists come in here and spend a lot of money. So with that, if Alderman have any questions, don't hesitate to call or come by and see me. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Alderman Waters.
Dave, let's talk about trash. I think we all got the memo dated February the 8th. From January the 25th to the February the 5th, 116 misses. Is that real?
I have to rely on Marshall. I think that's what Marshall sent out during his memos. Is that correct, Marshall?
What was
Sorry,
the?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Dave, you turned down a little bit.
Yeah, okay. Still,
What was the number, Alderman Waters?
Sir?
What was the number you mentioned?
I can't hear you. I'm sorry. The number?
Yes,
Number
yes,
was
sir. What was the number?
116. Now, that's including, and believe this or not, Ward 3 and Ward 6, 28 reported misses on 2 streets, Hillside and Irish.
That was over the course of
The
2
complete
weeks.
streets.
Yes, sir.
Can you help me out on what's going on?
We had a hiccup last week with a new driver. The problem has been rectified, and that the number is representative of a 2-week period instead of a 1 week period.
I'm asking Dave, who's talking?
Well,
I asked Marshall to give you the number, Mr. Waters, because he's in charge of the contract and the numbers and the trash reports every day.
Why? Now, I know, Dave, you and I, we can't answer that question, I know, but why? We just had a meet with these people, what, a month ago?
Yes, sir.
And I thought we had everything straightened out and they was going to do the job. Now I'm looking at this memo that you sent out called about a mandate curbside. Would you explain that to me?
Well, Mr. Waters, that was in response to Alderman Edwards's comment about in Gallatin they didn't have any misses, and I was making the comment that Gallatin, Goodlettsville, and White House have mandatory curbside services once a week, and the trash must be in the can. And I said we may want to look at that in the future. That had nothing to do with our contract or anything. I was responding to Alderman Russ Edwards's comment about the curbside service in Gallatin.
Well, it's not in the contract, right?
No, sir. I never said it was in the contract. I said we may want to look at doing that in the future.
I'm not concerned what Gallatin and these other towns do. I'm concerned about Hendersonville and Ward 6, really. What's a solution? What are we going to do?
Well, sir, we penalized them once. We held some money out. We may have to go back to the Public Works Committee and the our attorney, city attorney, and we're withholding some money. We may have to continue that fining process down the road if it doesn't get better. If we have another week like we had last week or the last 2 weeks. Mr. Bradley and I discussed that today, and I know, Mr. Bradley, you have any comments about that?
Well, as you'll recall, our agreement with the Waste Pro was that if this happened again, that it was in our discretion whether to forfeit the rest of that penalty. So what the city administrator and I discussed today was that we probably should take that money out of the next check as we had agreed. And that's a pretty stiff penalty for, a pretty short period of time, but that's something that's our discretion to do. And I think what Mr. Lamar was saying is he'd like to get some guidance from the Public Works Committee on that. So it's certainly nothing that has to be decided tonight, but it's something that we need to make a decision on. Thank you.
I don't know. I'm just tired of these people calling. It's just unreal what's happened to our trash vendors in the last year. Maybe we can come up with something. I'll yield back there.
Thank you, Alderman Waters. Any other questions for Interim City Administrator Dave Lamar?
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate that, Dave. Chairman Robertson.
Capital Projects Committee meeting will be February the 18th at 5:30.
Oh,
We have to change it.
excuse me, Alderman Robertson. Mayor, I had my hand up, but because it doesn't stay up for longer than 15 seconds.
Yeah, and this is something we're going to have to address, is that when you're on a different screen with your hand up, I don't see it. In future meetings, it's got to be just the alderman and the city administrator, the city attorney, and Annette that are on the screen. We've got to put everybody else either in a waiting room or something. And I apologize for that, Alderman Petrelli. I know I've missed you a couple times tonight. Go ahead for a question to Dave Lamar.
I'm sorry. And I know we just had another long discussion about this, but how quickly are we going to resolve the penalties for the vendor? And how quickly are we going to move on to an RFP for a new vendor? Because I'm not going to subject the citizens of Hendersonville to this level of service any longer. Can Marshall get back with us this week on that, Dave?
And Oliver Petrelli, I'm in agreement with you. The points of the contract are there. They know that they're a default. I don't know. I can't answer that, getting our RFP, how quick we can do that. And legally what we have to do to Waste Pro and so on. So I'm going to have a little powwow with Marshall, John Bradley, and probably Robert, and find out exactly where we stand, because I take your point well taken, and Mr. Waters' point well taken, that we can't continue to have 128 misses every 2 weeks. It's not good, and we need to get to some resolve of that. So I'm with you on that one.
All right, thank you. Yeah, if somebody can give us an update in the next week, that would be great. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Petrelli. Alderman Cunningham, a question for Mr. Lamar.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, Dave, you know that I had submitted almost 28 on one street, and I think 10, Russ had submitted 10 on another street on this past Friday.
Yes, ma'am.
But I got a complaint from one person on that street. And then I asked her, I said, well, did they just miss yours? Or did they miss a whole bunch of people on your street? And she said, well, as far as my eye could see, they missed the whole street. So with our with our meeting that we have with our trash people and how we count misses, I can't just report, well, a whole street was missed or a whole neighborhood was missed. So I got in my car, and my husband got in the car, and I was a passenger, and we rode down those streets, and I wrote down every single one of those addresses that were missed, because there was a full garbage can on the curb.
Alderman Cunningham, 2 weeks ago, y'all asked me to be more strict about this.
Okay. I'm sorry. But anyway, yeah, I'm with Vice Mayor Petrelli and the mayor and everybody else that wants to do something, and Alderman Waters. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, Alderman Cunningham. Alderman Campbell, a question for Mr. Lamar.
Well, I don't know, maybe Marshall. I'm just curious, Marshall, how does this miss 128 over a 2 week period compared to our previous vendor on say 2 years into their contract, a good year? Because I realized that 128 out of 18,500 is that's over. Well, no, that'd be 36,000 if it's 2 weeks. It's 18,500 a week. So if it's 128 over a 2 week period, it's not even 1% that we're talking about here. So I'm not sure, when you start looking at the numbers in this contract, you're going to really find that there's a legal room to go out and rebid this or take it away from them. What I'm just trying to say, looking at the numbers from a person who's been on the Public Works Committee, who's sat there and talked about this a bunch with them and discussed it with our other department, our department head as in Marshall. So I want to point that out, guys. Do the math on that. It's not, I realize.
Alderman Campbell, a question for our city administrator.
I'm just pointing out 128
Thank
over
you.
2
We're
weeks.
gonna move on.
Not that bad. Thank you.
Oh, come on.
Chairman Robertson. I got you.
Thank you, Mayor.
I just wanted to announce the Capital Projects Committee. Next meeting will be February the 18th at 5:30. We had to change the date, so just for public notice, February the 18th at 5:30, and it will be on Zoom. So thank you. That's all.
Chairman Robertson, thank you. Chairman Robertson, would you like to make a motion for us? Alderman Robertson makes a motion to adjourn. A second from Alderman Waters. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Annette calls your name.
Brown.
You don't have a mayoral report?
I'm sorry, I don't have a report. Let's
Okay.
let's go on.
All right. Aye.
Campbell.
That's sort of like you, Steve. I missed that mayoral report. So aye.
Just going down the list.
Collins.
Aye.
Cunningham.
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye. Thank you, everybody.
Peterson,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore, you're muted.
I'm sorry.
Waters,
Aye.
Clary,
Aye.
13 yeses.
Annette, thank you for your help tonight. Jason and Tina, thank you for your help. We're adjourned.
Good night,
Thank you,
everybody.
Tina. Thank you,
Good
Ned.
night, everybody. Peace be with you.
Have a good night, everybody.
Cosmopolitan time.
Okay. Well, I was.